Welcome to the Crashout. We are live.
Oh, we back in our natural habitat.
Yeah, what up, everybody?
Welcome.
This is episode 30.
I believe so. Damn, 30 already?
Episode 30.
A lot of 95 babies turned 30 this year. What?
Sir. Yes, sir.
But yeah, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Crashout podcast, where we cover Speedstorm, gaming news, and cover all the drama. But yeah, it is episode 30. But today we'll be talking about some different topics. So we'll be talking about level 50 regulated mode in Speedstorm. They got a new roadmap. We'll be going over that, the pros and cons, and what we like and maybe don't like. We'll be going over the Switch 2 news. We'll go over Bonanza. We got Switch is selling out everywhere. We got Xbox showcases, and then last but not least, we got the tournament. So yeah, we got a lot of spicy things to talk about today, and maybe some drama. We'll see. But just want to introduce myself. I am Caleb Black Flash, the speedster of Speedstorm. Glad to be back.
Sound like you sick too.
Sammy, you're infecting us through the mic.
Damn. What's up, y'all? It's Sammy Namikaze. Glad to be back. No, we was on a little hiatus for like a week, but we're back. We can't leave y'all hanging for too long, especially with the algorithm. YouTube would put us in the gulag, purgatory. We don't want that. So we can't miss too much time, and we love hanging around with you guys every week anyways. But as Caleb said, we have a lot to talk about. We're doing the tournament still, so make sure you tune in for that. And Nano's gonna be a bit late, but he'll be here for when he needs to be here, just so y'all know. Angel?
Let's go, chat. The Poppy of Speedstorm. Yo, it's here. We back. We chilling. We got a crazy podcast for you guys. Sorry that we didn't make it last week, IRL stuff and whatnot, but hey, we got it all planned out for this week. We're gonna talk about everything that we're gonna originally talk about, and then some, because there's a lot of more things that happen in this coming week. So we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot of spicy topics. We got a lot of great topics, and obviously, competitive stuff as well. So without further ado, let's get it on and pumping, and let's get the show started, y'all.
It's the Crashout podcast. Buckle up, let's go. One Wing Angel, Nano, Sammy, Caleb in the flow. We're talking top 100 drama and the heat. From Disney Speedstorm to the latest gaming beat. Crash out, spin out, bring the heat and the vibe. Controversy, competition, the reason we thrive. From the track to the trends, we're taking it all. With special guests in the mix, we're having a ball. Speedstorm's the heart, but we'll branch out wide. Video games, hot takes, and the culture collide. Got a list for your mind and debates that ignite. Tune in, strap in, it's a wild ride tonight. Rev it up, level up, it's time to engage. The Crashout crew's got the voice for the stage. From competitive tips to the latest trends, we're crashing out big, this ride never ends. Crash out, spin out, bring the heat and the vibe. Controversy, competition, the reason we thrive. From the track to the trends, we're taking it all. With special guests in the mix, we're having a ball. So hit that play button, we're revved and set. The Crashout podcast, the best one yet.
Right, all right, all right. Let's get to it, y'all.
All right,
let
well,
me get the scoreboard up for the Duo Cup here.
guys didn't know, the divisions, uh, season 3 ended up, ending in between, different division seasons and between the World Cup. Well, at least through division season, we've had solo tournaments, but they kind of mixed it up around this time, where instead of it just being a solo tournaments, it's duo tournaments. So it's kind of like the solo tournament format, but you have a partner and you race against other duos. And so that's what's been going on in the last week or two. And I think the second dual tournament is this weekend, but the first one was last weekend, and it was an interesting result. But me and Angel, we ended up competing the Poppies of Speedstorm, and we had a good first round, and but we'll get into that. We'll get into that as Angel puts up the scores.
That's good. Am I not gonna be able to find this? That's crazy. I'm trying to find to see if somebody has the full scoring, because the one I have is for what am I talking about? The our bracket, but then the other one, the Wolves one, only has that in the finals. Oh man. Oh, okay. No, this one has all of them. Okay, I got it. All right, never mind. False alarm. All right, so we'll start from the what? All right, there we go. Let me enlarge that so you guys can actually see the points here. All right, I think that's good right there. Yo, what up, Ender? First time chatter. Let's go, chat. How you feeling today? Nano is still at work till 11 o'clock, so we got 2 hours without Nano.
All right, so this was the first group of the duo. So in the duo tournament, there was we had different groups. I think the lobbies can hold up to 8 players, so you can have 4 teams of 2. In the first group stage of the duo tournament, we had a Wolves team, which is Ayrton Senna and Nelson Paquette. I'm not sure who that is.
I think it's Paquette, right? Is it Paquette?
Paquette.
I don't know. I never heard of these people. I guess they're like really good racers.
And in the second group, we had Toxic and his cousin Cheese. The third group was Big Said fan, which is Hoodie and Tyap, and then the fourth duo was a KH fan of Alex. And I believe the way this worked is the top team, I believe, made it to the next round. Was it the top 2 teams?
The top 2 teams, yeah.
Yeah, and then so the top 2 teams, I believe, made it to the next round, which was like, what was the middle round? What would you say that was?
So the playoffs. Here's the playoffs. So this is what happened. So you have the highest team, which is 65 points, which is Wolves team, went through the playoffs, and then Hoodie and Tyab went with 58 points. So then these other 2 teams, it was the highest scoring people from both teams. So like Toxic got 33, so he was in the revenge team, and then KH at 22, which is the second highest, will make them go on a team, and that's how the team broke down right here. This is the last 3 right here, with Toxic and KH fan being the random duo from the playoffs.
Yeah. So these are the three teams that made it in the playoffs, and in the playoffs, then it goes and it picks just the highest scoring team, and the highest scoring team ended up being Wolf, edging it out by 2 points against Tie Up and Hoodie's team and Toxic and KH. So uh, what's it called? Wolf's team was the first duo to make it to the final.
Yo, Toxic with that Ray. Let's go, chat. Appreciate that, Ray. My guy, how was the stream? Oh, Wolf's in the chat too. I've been doing Wolf. Let's go, chat. Hey, I got you, Wolf. Just for you, Wolf. Just for you, Wolf. I got you with something. I love doing this, by the way. Brazil. And then now we got Group B, which is, you know, the group that your boys Caleb and Poppy was in.
Yeah, this was a hard group, a death group. But let's go over Group B. We had, the first duo was the Poppies of Speedstorm, One Wing Angel and Caleb Black Flash. The second group was Manji and Kazuki. The third group was Sandwalks and Departed. And the fourth group was Diver and Silver Letition or Letian. So this was a super hard group, but what's it called? Me and Angel, what's it called? I believe in the first round ended up winning 59. And then we scored the most points, and then I believe Dino scored the most points in the first round, and then I scored the second most, and then I think Angel the third with 27. But yeah, we were cooking in the first round. But one of the things we found out in this duo tournament is you got to survive the rounds, because once you make it to the playoff, it gets a little bit more cutthroat. But I was proud of our opening performance, us being able to perform as well as we did against the competition we were going against in the first round. So yeah, it was good. Don't sleep on it. We can go against anybody, but I do believe the picks in the second round. I think some of the other teams made some adjustments, and I don't think we made that many adjustments in the second round, and that ended up biting us in the butt, or we didn't make the right adjustments. So I know there are some picks we could have chose differently and we could have had better results, but even so, it ended up being a lot closer. 65, 65, and 68. So Dino and Silver Latian is winning by 3 points. So it really came down to the wire.
I mean, that goes to show you how equally matched this grouping was. It was literally 3-point difference that separated the first group with the other two groups. Yes, my noise cancellation is on. These girls are just that loud.
But and there was some times I got last. I think like in the first round, Angel got last a few times. In the playoff round, I got last a few times. I feel like if we kind of like minimized those times we got last or got screwed over, we probably would have made it.
But 100%, we had the momentum from the first one, but I think if you would have made some pick adjustments, we probably would have took this round, to be honest.
But it gives us motivation for the second round of the duos. But I like these duos or solo tournaments, so I'm looking forward to this one coming up. But yeah, Dino and Silver Letition ended up moving on to the final. They were the second team to make it to the finals in Group B.
Also, if you guys want to join in on this dual cup, I believe we still got 15 signups left. So if you guys haven't signed up or forgot about the signups, y'all can go to the divisions Discord, sign your team up if you're a duo or even solo. You could do it as a solo sign up. So definitely get your signups in. You still got time. So if you want to get on there, get your team, get your solo, get the sign up. So we have a nice little full roster.
Mm-hmm. Was there a third group or was that it?
We got the C group and the D group.
Yep. So yeah, 4 groups because one moves on to the final. So this was Group C of the duos. In this one we had Team Crusher and Silent. We had a Team BRZ Bronco and Delilio. We had Team Lamborghini and Sunsmill. LT Lamborghini is Steph Ferrari. Who
That's
was that?
Ferrari.
Yeah, Ferrari. And then we had BRZ Rioni and Romulus. But the team that ended up, winning in the first round of Group C was Crusher and Silent. They ended up moving on to the playoff. And I believe Lamborghini, Ferrari, and Sons did as well based on the, performance.
Yeah, and then it would be Bronco with 32 points, and then Rioni with 23. That ends up being the new duo for the playoffs.
Yeah, but this one was actually close. I believe Team Crusher and Silent only won by in the first round by 3 points.
Yeah, but it was big
but
point difference on the playoffs.
yeah, playoff maybe that it had that less, that extra team wasn't there, and they were able to show off a little bit more. And they ended up, dominating in the playoffs. 80-62 was the next closest. So, yeah, Crusher and Silent was the third team to make it to the final. So as you can see, three strong teams already, all the way to the finals.
Well, great shout outs to Crusher and Silent doing their thing. And now we get to Group D. Then Dinosaurio.
All right, and in Group D, we have. Oh, so that wasn't Falcon. I don't know who LT Lamborghini is.
It was
But
Ferrari.
in Group D, oh, Ferrari. Okay, Ferrari and Falcon, I get them mixed up. They both got F in the name. But we had Falcon and Cedric. The first duo team in Group D. Then we had Galvanator and Turrets. We had Goblin King and Ghost. And then we had Cosmic Drifter and Notira. And Falcon and Cedric, ended up just dominating. 82 points. The next closest team was Goblin's team with 61. And then Cosmic Drifter, I believe, was the third team to make it into the playoffs round of Group D.
Yeah, but then on the playoffs, ended up being Galvanator and Cosmic Drifter, and as the last chance group.
Yeah, and in the playoff round, we had Falcon and Cedric scoring 80. Once again, Goblin King and Ghost with 62, and then Cosmic Drifter and Galvanator with 56. So Falcon and Cedric still holding the lead and still holding their dominance, making it, and they were the fourth and final team to make it into the Duo Cup final. So then we had the finals, which were the top 4 duo teams from each group.
Man, this final almost became a host final, because almost every single host made it to the finals except the Poppies. But that's all right. That's all right. Maybe we could do it again on this one and have all hosts be in the finals.
So in this final, we had Team Wolf with 81 points. We had the second team, Team Dino and Silver Letition from Group B, scoring 88. We had Crusher and Silent from Group B, scoring 89. And then we had Falcon and Cedric from Group D, scoring 102. So Falcon and Cedric ended up winning the Duo Cup final. But, it was definitely a close race. It was 80 points between each team. And then, Falcon and Cedric just had that extra, umph. They were just showing off. So they ended up, being the strongest duo. But so shout out to Falcon and Cedric for holding it down, with the team chemistry and getting it done against some, hard competition. It wasn't easy. And, there's a lot of good players and teams that didn't make it. So, to make it that far and to beat those teams was very impressive. So Falcon and Cedric are definitely going to be the duo to try to, with the target on the back and the beat for this next duo tournament. But, we can't sleep on Crusher's team, Dinos, Wolves, because they're going to bring the heat too. And, hey, maybe this time around, me and Angel will make it to the final, but we're going to have to work for it. But I believe we can do it. But yeah, stay tuned for that.
Oh yeah, be on lookouts for the Poppies Redemption. It's about to go crazy.
You already know.
Yeah, that is gonna be this Sunday, guys, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Division Duo Cup for this time, which is the last one before the season 4 divisions if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, the season 4. They will have season 4 division. Then it's the World Cup, right?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. So season 4. Dang, it's kind of crazy. Season 4 is coming up already. Yeah, there's definitely, teams are looking a little bit different this time around. There's been some swaps. Do we want to go over some of those swaps, or we want to? Yeah, is it everything not complete yet?
I don't know. I know we got the swap of LT's got Ryel now in the Lowland Thunders. Let's see. The Union Jack Arrows got Tom 4K and Tyap in their team. Stream Sniper stay the same. S tier look like they stay the same. Final Boss got Toxic. Like they didn't even need to be more powerful, but they even got more powerful with Toxic.
Yeah, and I think I think they replaced Michael Douglas, but I don't think Michael Douglas was like competing like that. So they really just gained another fucking strong ass. I think they replaced their backup or their 5th member with Toxic. So now they really got like they really got just an OP team. But I believe there's some teams that aren't making it this time around. I believe DT USA isn't making it around for season 4. I believe what was it, Manji's team, the Sunday Racers? I think they disbanded. I think, yeah. So there was.
Fun fact: Ferrari KA has re-signed up to the division.
Oh, really? Hey, that's good to see.
Ferrari KA has re-signed up, so they're coming back for redemption. Legion of Zoom got Hoodie now.
But yeah, I believe Silent's not playing this time around in season 4, but Hoodie will be replacing Silent for I believe Legion of Zoom.
DT got Micromass back. They got Danny Boy. So DT's looking like a pretty stacked team with their roster. And I think that's it, because I think everybody else had about the same people, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
But that's pretty much it for the division season 4 so far. If you guys want to know the team so far, Darkside Riders, BRZ Animal, DT Croissant Cruiser, who's now the new DT UK, Legion of Zoom, Power KA, Le Feleles du Bucal, BRZ Bistio, BRZ Final Ball, String Snipers, S tier, UGA, and Lowland Thunders are so far the teams that have signed up for season 4 so far. And Wolf saying BRZ Farrell will sign up too.
Yeah, and there might be some more teams, but so far that's within the competitive Discord. Those are the teams that have been confirmed so far.
Oh, 604 Lucas left Pharaoh and joined Animal. Interesting.
Oh, that's gonna be an even stronger team, dang, because he was holding it down for Pharaoh. So
yeah, he upgraded to the Animals. Okay.
Animal's gonna have a come up. That's gonna be interesting to see.
Now we could talk about, what has been the news of the news for Speedstorm lately, and that is level 50 regulated is here, guys.
Yeah, a lot of people were scared that this week it was going to go away and it was only going to be a week thing because they said it was temporary, but it looks like level 50 maybe it's still here. Maybe they saw there was a lot of people, were playing the mode, so they decided to keep it. So for now. So, but Angel, I know you played a lot of level 50 regulating, and it was something that you kind of suggested. So overall, like, what are your thoughts on the regulated 50 mode?
The regulated level 50 mode, I will say I am enjoying it. I'm actually shocked that this was like something that they were gonna do, because it literally came like a week after I did the whole feedback thing on the Discord, and we talked about all the changes in the podcast that I wanted to do on Speedstorm and all the feedback I gave them. And then the next following week we get Ganglong with pretty much a roadmap for the next following week for like their hot patch, and one of it is regulated level 50 that they're testing it out for a week trial. Fun fact, it's not just a week trial, it looks like, because we're in the second week now and level 50 regulated is still here. So I don't know if they're still testing it, or maybe they've gotten so much like people like playing the game at level 50 regulated now that they just kind of just kept it going, and maybe it's a permanent thing. I think it's a good thing. I mean, I enjoy playing regulated now at level 50, and everything is just so balanced now because it's all 50, no crew, no nothing. I mean, the leaderboard has shifted. Like, the leaderboard for last week's regulated is literally damn near everybody that's in a competitive scene and like a top player in this game. Like, seeing that leaderboard for regulated was nuts. And especially with Toxic, that motherfucker has over 100k points last week on regulated.
Oh, and he didn't do it through RB Drive. We finally have a legitimate leaderboard. We got
no RB Drive, no boosting. It was just Toxic just running these regulated lobbies all week because he was enjoying himself. And, you know, because, you know, we don't have to do privates anymore because now we can get full lobbies of regulated, and, you know, it counts for points instead of it just being privates. You know what, Travi?
How fun do you think it is compared to regular? I mean, the ranked. Here's the thing. Honestly, I think some of these level 50 regulated lobbies is kind of what ranked was supposed to be, where you got 8 solo racers maxed out, all racing, you know, against each other. You kind of got a glimpse of that, of what solo, because there is no teams in regulated. It's all solos. So it's kind of like that's kind of what ranked could be like if, you know, they, you know, focused on fixing ranked instead of adding a new mode and then letting the solos die. So you kind of get to get that solos experience and regulate it. And I think it's really fun having 8 racers maxed out, you know, all competing against each other at a high level. So
I agree. You know, it was fun. Ranked, I really haven't really touched ranked other than just wanting my people to go to UC. But I really lost the drive of playing ranked, and I really do think level 50 regulated is a good alternative when you don't want to play ranked. But if they really want to revive rank mode, they needed a competitive something in rank mode. And, you know, fun fact, Game Loft, we also got a feedback for the rank stuff too, that Wolf, you know, has a nice little like layout for what rank could look like in competitive. So Game Loft, if you're listening to us and you're giving us level 50 regulated, you might want to listen to us with everywhere else, you know, when it comes to racer balancing that we did, the rank competitive mode that we should do, and, you know, adding the team mode to privates. I feel like, you know, I know the level 50 is a step in the right direction, but you'll add some other ones too. And I think, you know, with those changes, Game Loft, you might revive your game a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, your monetization is still killing your game, but at least you're bringing back the fun aspects of the game.
mm-hmm.
But yeah, rank mode is boring to me right now. I mean, that's what it is. I have no drive, I have no motivation. So Game Loft, if you really want people to play rank, you need to motivate them. Right now, there is no motivation.
You know what?
I told y'all this was gonna happen when regulated went to 50. It was gonna be
because
game mode.
This is what's the regulated 50 is what speaks, you know, full lobbies of regulated 50. While you can't really do that and then go back to ranked, where ranked you have these 1v1s that are unbalanced. It's like it's just the contrast.
The craziest thing was everyone was in the comments the day I said that on the podcast, and look what we have here. The same people that was in the comments was eating that shit up all week that it was here. Maybe Sammy knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, hey Sammy, let's not let Game Loft reverse the decision to do level 50 regulated, because that's not even the problem with why level 50 regulated is so popular. Is the major flaw of why ranked is so dead.
We know why ranked's dead, but Game Loft doesn't choose to address the issue or make any changes apart from making it easier for everybody to play ranked. That's not what we want.
Right.
That's not even
and-
ranked at that point.
Honestly,
That's
I think
casual.
on bare bones, I think people just want like people to race against, and regulated you get that. And I think the biggest flaw with ranked is that the lobby size, like it prioritizes these 1v1s or 2v2s type shit. No, that's not fun.
Also,
Like where you're only racing against two people,
with-
one
And this
person.
is why I said like a while ago, even though it sounded crazy to everybody, I said a while ago they got to change the way the rank system works. It shouldn't be about, you know, how much NPR you're at or how much NPR you have. It should be about, okay, which league are you in? You
Well,
know,
it should.
I
It's,
mean-
I feel like it should to a point, but it's too narrow, the matchmaking.
I feel
No,
like
but I'm also
I
saying
feel
to-
like with the rank also, what people complain about that I see in the comments and I see it on Discord and Reddit is somebody's NPR 10 and they're going against a motherfucker that's level 50. In
That's what I was
NPR
gonna say. And that's what I was gonna say. Rank should take into account that if you're a max, whatever level you are, it should put you into according lobbies. If you're a max level racer, you should be in champion lobbies. If you're a level 4, I this is what I think. If a racer's level is somewhat relative to where the racer should be in terms of a league, then that racer should be racing in that league. So for instance, if I'm a level 30, my racer should be racing with platinums all the way up to emerald. If I'm a level 35 up, I should be racing with diamonds and champions. If I'm 40 plus, champion all the way up. It's just that simple. But you know, I think GameLoft got spaghetti code, so
Yeah, I don't know how they would fix, the rank matchmaking. What I do know is I don't want to see people complain that they're going against level 50s and ultimate champion lobbies, because that is an ultimate champion lobby. I feel like from champion to ultimate champion, you shouldn't complain about your level because you're damn near at that high league rating to where,
Exactly.
you're going to be going against level 40s and level 50s, because those are the high levels. Those are where all the the best players play at. And I think anything below champion, they should definitely look at levels and whatnot. Like if I'm level 50 NPR1, just still put me against level 50 racers instead of putting me against a whole bunch of level 1s and 3s and 5s, because there's a lot of people that don't play ranked with a mid-season or something until they rank them up, or they they do all the limited like event stuff, and then they go ahead and star them up and level them up, and then they go to rank. So by that time, mid-season could end up being level 10, level 20, maybe even level 30 sometimes, and then obviously the whale so we can get them to level 50. So that should be an equate to what can we do with rank to where we don't have our players complaining that they're going against level 50s at NPR 5 and they're only level 10. But again, yeah, I can't complain when you're in champion and above and you're going against a level 50. Like, it goes hand in hand. Like, you shouldn't be a level 30 or level 20 at ultimate champion. I mean, I'll just be realistic here, guys. If you really want a balanced rank mode and you want a competitive rank mode, you shouldn't complain about a level 20 being, going against a level 50 and ultimate champion. Ultimate champion is the last rank, and it should be the best of the best. And if you don't want to face the best of the best at NPR 40, then go play regulated or go spend money. I hate to say it like that, but I mean that's the philosophy of the game.
Yep. So it's in. I think just one of the things that's just that everybody's on the equal playing field. I feel like in regulated, it's basically at that point the most competitive mode outside of private lobbies that has been the Speedstorm so far. So you really get to test your skill against others. But yeah, so it's been level 50 regulators been popping off. Hopefully it's permanent. Hopefully they don't go back to level 30 because I think with it being 50, I think it's better. Your unique abilities are stronger. Because your unique abilities are like maxed out instead of and also you're just going faster. You're kind of being able to see the character at their potential versus going slow at level 30. I'm not a fan of the level 30 stuff. I hope level 50 stays, but yeah.
Yeah.
So far I think overall it's getting a positive what do they call it? I think it's getting a lot of positive feedback. And so, hey, it's back again for week 2. So if you haven't already, hit up the regulated lobbies and let's keep it alive.
I was playing regulated lobbies before we started the podcast with Absent, and I'm like, man, this is literally fun. Like I literally enjoy playing regulated now more than ranked, and that's a problem, Game Loft, because ranked should be your end all be all, and that doesn't mean taking away level 50 regulated for that to happen. That means you need to really look at your game and see why players don't want to play ranked. And the 9 times out of 10 is because they don't got the money to get to somebody level 50, or they don't got the crew and they feel like they can't compete. So you gotta figure out something equal balance to make your rank mode more competitive and more casual friendly, but still reward the players that do spend the money, obviously, because that's the point. But I think you can find an equal balance to appease both players, the free to plays and the pay to wins. And I hate saying the word pay to win though, because you're just paying just to level up your racer. That's not really pay to win, especially if you got the skills. But that's another subject for another time.
Do you feel like they came out with this level 50 because of Mario Kart? Because of Mario Kart coming out, they decided to maybe give a little leeway and give us what we want. Do you think that played an impact?
I think it played an impact. I think that's why they did it, was to make sure people could stay on Speedstorm over Mario Kart. And Mario Kart, it's in its own category. It's in its own league when it comes to kart racers, because it's not pay to win, and it also has different speed tiers. Speedstorm is a faster game than Mario Kart, and I know your Mario Kart fans out there don't like what I'm saying this, but Mario Kart is too slow of a kart racer to be competitive. I mean, yeah, you got mechanics and techs to make it broken and shit like that, but you still don't feel fast at all. Like 200cc Mario Kart, y'all need to come out with something like that, because right now I hate the slow feeling of Mario Kart. But other than that, it's still a fun game.
Yeah, I think it's some of the long straight sections, because it's 150cc. You really don't feel like you're going fast. And I feel like drifting matters less. Like you can go just as fast driving in a straight line or just turning left and right, low skill versus skill drifting and racing lines. So I feel like it's definitely casual. It's a different game, but I mean, we kind of had this conversation where I was like, do you Mario Kart coming out going to kill Speedstorm? What do you guys think? Do you think Mario Kart coming out killed Speedstorm, or is Speedstorm still alive and it didn't really affect the Speedstorm numbers? What do y'all think?
I think the people that still play Speedstorm are diehard Speedstorm fans. So it might have hurt it a little bit, but like, I mean, I've played Mario Kart and I'm still playing Speedstorm. You know what I mean? I might not play Speedstorm as much as I used to, but I still play it because it's still a fun game. And right now there is no kart racer like it or not.
Yeah, I think it did. Maybe people might have thought, but I think what Mario Kart coming out did is made people appreciate Speedstorm probably even more, because I feel like Mario Kart has its pros and cons and Speedstorm has its pros and cons, but I think after playing Mario Kart, it makes you really kind of appreciate the unique things about Speedstorm. I think Speedstorm is more of a competitive game. I think Speedstorm is faster. I think Speedstorm is better when it comes to items. The fact that every character has their unique identity and unique ability. different things like that, I think, really come are highlighted after playing Mario Kart. Mario Kart has more people in the lobby. I like that. It's it has its charms, and I can get into that. I think the thing that frustrates me about Mario Kart is the items aren't balanced, and I don't know. I don't think they balance the items for 24 people. It's a lot of smuggling that goes on. I feel like you're almost. What I don't like when you're punished for being in first place. Like in Speedstorm, if you're skilled, I mean, we've all gone against people like Toxic and stuff, and when he pulls away, he gone. And it's hard to catch up, or Wolf or whoever. But I feel like in Mario Kart, if you're in first, you're gonna hit with a blue shell. There's gonna be 5 people behind you with red shells, and it's almost like you're gonna lose for being good. It's almost like you're better off being in last place for the whole race, smuggling OP items, and then bullet billing your way or golden mushrooming your way to the finish line at like the last 50 meters. That shit is kind of cheap. And
I think the reason why Mario Kart plays like that was because it was built to be a casual racer. Like the premise of Mario Kart has always been about casual. So I think when you think about Mario Kart, you view it in the same light as like Mario Party, right? That game is very casual, and it's set up in a way where even if you're doing really great, it'll find a way to knock you back down a peg to everybody's level. And same with Mario Kart. Like you said, it's not balanced. It was never balanced. And I don't think it'll ever be balanced because they don't want you to be overbearing in lobbies. They don't want you to be OP as a racer in lobbies. They want it to be where they want it to where you feel like you're better than everyone in the lobby, but that means everyone in that same lobby that you're in still has a chance to knock you down a peg and catch up and compete with you. That's how Mario Kart's always been.
Yeah, I think Nintendo, their logic is, like, let's say somebody's really good at Mario Kart and they're in first place and there weren't items like blue shell or things to, like, quote unquote be the equalizer, then it would be boring for the person in first, because then they would just be racing by themselves far away from the pack. And so I guess, the way for them to add more chaos and make it more fun is, making it to where even the first player in first place has something to worry about. But I think, and I feel like I get that concept in like other Mario Karts, but like I feel like with the 24 people, it's not really balanced. They have to do a little bit more tweaking, because it really makes it worse. But but now I get it. But you say it's not a competitive game, but I mean there's still a competitive scene in Mario Kart. And I think the meta right now is just smuggling. So, you gotta play around.
If isn't competitive, there's always going to be a competitive scene.
Essentially, what it's like, exactly, that's true. Essentially, the equivalent of the Mario Kart meta was, remember when Speedstorm had the clocks, and the clocks were like OP as hell? And like you could be in last place, and the clocks would take you like all the way to first or something like that. It would be like if somebody purposely was getting 8th place in Speedstorm to get clocks, and then racing, and then on the last lap using their clock to pass everybody. And that's basically what the meta is in Mario Kart. and that's the difference, because in Speedstorm people hated that shit. I think that was when Speedstorm probably the most like Mario Kart, when they had the clocks that would take you from last to first. But people in the Speedstorm community hated that so much. Now the clocks are damn near useless because they barely take you anywhere.
Yo.
So
I just peeped this. So I did a level 50 regulated multiplayer gameplay video on YouTube, right? And I got a comment that says this needs to get banned.
I said, what needs to get banned?
Apparently, I'm thinking they're saying level 50 regulated needs to get banned.
Why?
They're probably getting the ass beat.
They can't handle it. Yeah, exactly. And there's no excuse, because okay, we gotta talk about this. The one thing that regulated has done is expose people, because there's a lot of people who will be like, "Oh man, you're just good because you got better crew or you're paid to win." But once you're in regulated level 50, you can't blame somebody beating you because they had crew. You can't blame them because, they just paid for this or paid for that. No, everybody's, at the same equal playing field. And a lot of people who thought they were like, OP at the game are realizing like, hey, maybe you're not as good as you thought you were. and you can't rely on that crutch of, oh well, maybe if I had crew like that person, I could be as OP. It's like, nah. So I think it really shows who's the more skilled racer, and I think that's why some people might want to ban, because they get exposed. But that's my take on that. What do y'all think? Y'all think?
Damn.
Yeah, it exposes you can't. People can't rely on, oh, you only beat me because you had crew members, because there is no crew in the regulated 50. So.
Yo, dope girl, thank you for that follow. How'd you find us, by the way, if you don't mind us asking? Welcome to the Crashout. Welcome to the Crashout. Yeah, I think.
Pay the bill.
Yeah, I think. People. I mean, other than that one comment, everybody that I've seen on Regulated has praised Regulated at level 50. People want to keep it. There's one comment that said, thanks to level 50s, I now know who to focus upgrading my characters with. Like there is a lot of pros, and a lot of people are voicing those pros to Game Love, saying, hey, I know how a racer feels at level 50 now, thanks to your Regulated. Now I can focus on them. I mean, granted, the argument can be you could try them in privates, but maybe they don't have a full 8-man roster to play privates with. So Regulated is their only way to matchmake against 8 people.
Yep.
So yeah, Game Love, your Regulated is still making you money because people are still buying tokens to upgrade the racers that they like from Regulated at level 50.
Yeah. Making a mode where people have fun and want to stay on your game is good. So you probably want to keep that in your game and not take it away. Give people the options. You have Regulated in your game for a reason, so you might as well make it as good as it can be, so people will play it. Because why even have it in the game if it's going to be like a worse version? Like have it at the best it can be. And right now, Regulated is at the best it's ever been. So hopefully they continue this. But yeah, I don't know if you guys got anything else to say about Regulated. I don't know if anybody say anything in the chat. But if not, we can move on to the roadmap. Because, the third topic of Speedstorm is that Speedstorm did come out with a roadmap for the next 3 seasons to come. So, if anybody has anything else to say about Regulated 50, we can move on to the next subject. Anybody got anything else?
Nah, I think we kind of spoke on everything. Oh, yo, why do I hear myself? Halo.
That's my bad.
Oh, that's you? Oh, okay, yeah. That's you. I was like, yo.
I just stepped out to go to the bathroom real quick.
I got you. Sam, you want to say anything about Regulated before we go on to roadmap?
Well, to be truthful, I never played this week for Regulated, but I do know, based on reactions, experiences from what I've heard, that it's a success, and I'm not surprised. And I think the devs at Gameloft Barcelona are stepping in the right direction, or heading in the right direction with the changes that they made with Regulated. And obviously there's more that they can add, more that can be done, but this is the first step in the right direction to getting there. And as long as we're more proactive with communicating with them, and they're more active in listening to what we have to say, then I think there's something that could be had here. In terms of ranked, there's nothing I can say about that ranked mode, because that shit is in the gutter right now. And honestly, in order to fix ranked, I think they really have to spend maybe a season working on ranked, and that means less content for us. And at this point, they're not going to do that because they're already set in their ways to monetize this community. It doesn't even make sense to make a workaround to make rank better. Oh,
I mean, it really wouldn't be that hard. They would just have to make it to where their matchmaking algorithm just pulls more people, so the lobbies are more full, and increase the team mode from. Because if you're going to make team mode a thing, increase it from 3v3 to 4v4. Like, it's so easy for them to do.
Oh, actually, there is one negative. Yo, I can't hear myself.
That's not me.
That's Caleb 100%. But one thing I can say about regulated, one bad thing, and it's not really too bad, but it is something that can improve on it, is once you hit the threshold of 2,500 points and regulated, you start only getting matched up with 4 people. I think your regulated doesn't need to be capped out on points. I think your regulated, you should let anybody that's matchmaking and regulated just be in one full lobby and do it that way. Because you know, finding 4 people on your race, or even sometimes even 3 when you're high on points, like there's no need for that cap because it's regulated.
That, Angel, and also the fact that you're right, it is regulated. So what's the point? We're already getting whatever rewards we're getting, first of all, and the rewards aren't even that great to begin with. So why are you capping people, or why are you segueing people out of the general population of racers to play with a smaller pool of racers who are already completed the task or further down the line in terms of the standing? That doesn't make sense, because the people that are further along down the standings are only playing the mode because they enjoy it, but at the same time they're enjoying it less now because they've been putting a small pool of players who are only going to play regulated at this point because they're enjoying it. So if you have Toxic, Angel, and Caleb and Nano playing regulated, at some point they're only going to be playing each other. Why? Because they have a higher score in their regulated standings. That doesn't make sense. Everyone that plays regulated should be matched up with everybody that plays regulated because it's not ranked. There's no stakes. Everybody's on an equal playing field. That's the point of regulated. So then why segment the community even more doing that? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I agree. You shouldn't separate people and regulate it, and that will make regulated more fun because you'll always have full lobbies no matter what point you have. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
No echo.
Yeah, I think overall the issue with Speedstorm, whether it's regulated or ranked, is the matchmaking, and the issue is that the matchmaking is too limited. They need to broaden the players that it can matchmake together. Like, once you get past 2,500 points, it only matching you with 4 people. That's a problem. In ranked, it only matching you in 1v1s and 2v2s. That's a problem. I think if they can fix the matchmaking and broaden it and increase the pool of players that the matchmaking can pull from to put people in the lobby, that'll make overall ranked and regulated better in general.
I'm scared for them to touch that code just because their servers aren't even.
I mean, they gotta touch it. They gotta touch it. And whether that fucks up something, it's already broken.
Go, chat.
It's already messed up. But so they just gotta make the changes and then try to fix it as they go. But I think that's the one. If there's one thing I want in Speedstorm to make the game better, to make it be able to compete with other racing games, they have to make the matchmaking more broadened so more people can be placed in the lobby. The more full the lobby, the better. Whether it's ranked or regulated, the more full the lobby, the better. So I think that's what they really need to focus on. You know, that's one of Mario Kart's strength. It has 24 players. It always feels full. It always feels like you're competing against some people. You fucking Sonic Cross Worlds. You know, any other racing game, the lobbies always feel full. You know, just like I talked about Speedstorm, the things that make Speedstorm good and unique. The one thing holding it back is the matchmaking. You know, outside all the monetization, the matchmaking is really holding the game back. So if they can just make that better.
I mean, like, I'm glad that they're finally listening to community, but I think it, like, at this point, a little bit too late. I know they say it's better late than never, but this is way too late.
Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna just stand by when Caleb said they gotta touch it. Whoa!
Whoa! Dang, we can't touch nobody in there.
Hey, yo!
You trying to touch Caleb?
Yo, Caleb watched my gorilla video way too many times. Who said that?
Yeah.
Dang. I'm trying to touch Jasmine. No,
hey,
let me stop.
let me find out, Caleb. Let me find out.
Hey, you know I like my brown woman, but what's it called? But
yeah, lose his train of thought.
Dang, y'all, I'm losing my train of thought. Dang,
See where Caleb's mind been at, guys. The gutter.
Dang, let me get a Google video, a Jasmine video. Hold on, what?
You put a Jasmine song.
Number one Jasmine. But yeah, I think he can get a rematch on the podcast. What? But let me
You
get my
better watch it
controller
because
working
you know
first.
he lurking right now. He
Let
gonna
me
be
get my
like,
controller working first. Let me get my
1v1?
controller working. I don't need a side bash and accidentally jump. Let me get my stick just together. But speaking of, that is the regulated rank talk, but you said a little bit too late. I think that's a good segue into our next topic, which is the roadmap. Let's get into it, because let's see, is this going to keep people on the game? Are y'all hype? Not hype? Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it, because I feel a certain way about it. But yeah, we're gonna get into the good, the bad, and the ugly of the good, the bad, and the ugly of this roadmap. So, Angel, if you can bring that up on screen, then shoot, let's get into it, man. Let's just jump right in and talk about it.
Let's jump right in. This is the next 3 seasons of Speedstorm going into what is it? Going into the new year, right? Because you got July, August, and September, October, then November, December. Yeah, so going into the new year, these are your last 3 remaining seasons. You got Toy Story, Alice in Wonderland, and Winnie the Pooh. I can tell you right off the bat, the one season I'm looking forward to was Alice in Wonderland. I mean, I could care less for Toy Story. I mean, it's nice to finally maybe have Zurg in the game, but other than that, I mean, if you guys peep, there's only one new race environment for the remaining of this year. What is that, Game Off?
They're cutting back again on us. Every season they cut back. Every update they cut back. And now they even cutting back on the track. So they've cut back on the races we get. They cut back on the cosmetics. They've cut back on now the environments. Like, now every single season you're not getting a new environment. That was kind of like the one thing we did got, because it's like, oh, it was Incredible season, new map. Tron season, new map. Big Hero 6 season, new map. Now it's like, oh, Winnie the Pooh season, no map. Toy Story season part 2, no map. Like, even when they did the second season of Pirates of the Caribbean, they gave us some new variations on the environment. Like, this doesn't even say new variations. It just says 3 new racers and 2 mid seasons, which is Chip and Dale. So it's like, I don't like how they cutting back on this, man. I don't like that.
You know what? Let me help y'all with this.
Now, real quick, you don't think this thumbnail for Winnie the Pooh is a Winnie the Pooh track? I mean, it kind of looks like Arby's, but if you look at the background here, Arby's has a house. I don't remember Arby's having a house.
But it says here, we're going off of what they're showing us, and what they're showing us is that the Winnie the Pooh season has 3 new racers, and it says it has 2 mid season. It doesn't say a new track. Alice in Wonderland has a new track.
Does Arby's have trees?
Yeah,
they do have
in
trees.
Between.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And see, let me give you guys a solution. You see, Speedstorm started cutting back, so I did the same thing. It started with me playing the game less. Then they said, "Yo, instead of 5 characters with the golden pass, now y'all get 3, and you're still gonna pay the same price you pay usually for 5, but for 3.
$20 for Toy Story, but only 3 racers to
and no tracks." And this is why I haven't played this entire season.
Okay, let's go through it. I'm gonna go through
I
it.
even stopped buying golden passes.
I'm gonna go through it. So
I cut back with them. It's gonna get to a point where I cut off completely, and at that point, I'm just playing Crossworlds.
Can you hear me? I just
I
want
can
to
hear
turn my mic working. Okay. I want to go because with the whole Baymax, people were thinking like, is Baymax gonna be enough to keep people on Speedstorm when Mario Kart comes out? And apparently, like y'all said earlier, the Speedstorm fanatic's gonna stay. But I don't know. I'm being less of a fanatic, but just looking into the future, Okay, so season 14, Toy Story, 3 new racers. Like Angel said, I think I am excited about Zurg. Zurg should have been a racer from the get-go of Toy Story. It's kind of late, but I'm glad he's going to be an addition. So Zurg, I think they said they might be the purple teddy bear, and I don't, and I think, who do you think the third character is? The damn fork? I forgot what that one toy is, but I'm curious to see what extra uh characters they add. I do think that's going to be cool, the characters, but it's a letdown that there's no environment, because I'm gonna be honest, that the Toy Story map, it's alright, it's alright. Maybe we need
Can I be
something
real
new,
with
like
you guys about the Toy Story shit? Honestly, Toy Story should have been a mid-season, and Zerg should have just been a mid-season racer.
Hey,
nah.
Speaking of that, guys,
They should have
Speaking of
dedicated
that,
a whole season to another collection.
I want y'all to see
what
something. I want y'all to see something real quick.
what they could have did.
Wow,
They
Zerg wasn't mid-season.
They announced in this leak, there was no Toy Story in the remaining season.
Yeah,
But there is one now. But I will say, Winnie the Pooh was accurate, and so was Alice in Wonderland. So take this as a grain of salt. But this might be a great. It might be a great segue into or a great I wouldn't say like a roadmap, but you guys can get the idea of what the next future seasons could be. But it doesn't mean that's solid that it's gonna be all of these.
I mean, basically, they might make seasons with no track that are the mid-season racers. Like you said, if Zerg was supposed to be mid-season, that's why there's no track. Because
so what is it? Lotso and Zerg is probably going to be two of them, right? And then I don't know what the last one's going to be.
This is exactly my point, though. I was literally saying Zerg should have been a mid-season because this is a waste of a season. I'd rather have new environments with a completely fresh-faced collection. But
I hear you.
This also goes into the point I'm making. They're giving us less because they're giving us a mid-season racer as a season and wasting away whatever potential we could have had at an Encanto.
Yeah, I will say it is kind of weird. They're making Toy Story a season where it's like, where's Princess and the Frog? Where's Brave? Where's Raya? Where's Encanto? Where's Coco? They're like, nah, we'll just make another Toy Story season with no track.
It's lazy.
That's kind of, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean.
And what that shows me, their actions, they don't really care about us like that.
But overall, Toy Story. But I will say Chip and Dale is coming out. That's gonna be cool because I like Chip and Dale, and it's gonna be cool to race with Chip and Dale. Unfortunately, they're mid-seasons, which means you probably get them level 25 to 30 if you don't want to spend no money. The reason I'm happy Zerg is in a season is because I'll be able to max him out, save my season boxes and save him all for Zerg, and I'll be able to get him at a higher level than I would if he was mid-season. So I think that's the positive for that. Now, Alice in Wonderland, 3 new racers. Unfortunately, it's not 4, but 3 new racers. I think for Alice in Wonderland is probably cool. The new race environment will be cool. They got 2 mid-seasons. So Alice in Wonderland is like a normal season. And looking from the thumbnail, it looks like it's dynamic. It kind of reminds me of Candy Kingdom, but different. Maybe like a mix between Candy Kingdom and Toy Story. It looks like kind of small in the big world or something. But I think it's gonna be a dope track. Hopefully, you get to go down the rabbit hole. I think Alice in Wonderland will be a good season to come back to in season 15. Season 16, Winnie the Pooh. Honestly, that's probably gonna be the weakest one. I know it's gonna be dope. The race as Tigger and Winnie the Pooh and maybe Eeyore or something like that. But the fact that there's,
I think we're getting Christopher Robins.
he'll be a crew member. Christopher Robin. Or maybe Piglet. Piglet's either going. I can see Piglet being a crew though too. That's gonna be
L. I can see Tigger being crew as well.
That'd be. You can't make Tigger crew.
That's crazy.
Yo, it's crazy, but I can see that happening, man. I can see any one of them being crew aside from Winnie.
But I know it's gonna be Winnie the Pooh, and I think Tigger and Eeyore, because based on the leak, didn't it say Eeyore? Am I tripping? I didn't see no Piglet. Yeah, so, but, the characters would be cool, but I think, and then they'll have mid-season, that'll be cool, I guess, but, no. But the mid-season, as we know, it could be freaking Hans. Hans might be the freaking...
Hans?
Well, okay, what I'm saying is, right now, this season, there's Baymax, there's Honey Lemon, and there's Hero, and then they have and Belle and Elsa as like the season tour characters. So I guess that's the same thing for season 16. There'll be like some more season tour characters that are already out or something like that we get to choose from.
So,
I don't know.
So it looks like Sonic, or how we doing Sonic, by the way, but he's saying that they ain't finished with the concept art for the Winnie the Pooh track. So that looks like we are going to get a new track for Winnie the Pooh as well. I don't know why they didn't put new race environment for Winnie the Pooh, but it looks like we're going to get a racetrack for Winnie the Pooh. And obviously we know Alice in Wonderland because we got the thumbnail for the Alice in Wonderland map right here.
Okay, here's what I want to know. Okay, when they had the roadmap, let's talk. When they had the roadmap for Pirates of the Caribbean Part 2, did it say new race environment or did it not say that? Because if it didn't say new race environment, then that means there might be potential for the Toy Story map to have new variations. So it's not a new environment, but that doesn't necessarily mean there won't be new variations. Kind of like how in the Pirates map they added those variations that go underwater. So potentially
the roadmap now it says new racer plus bonus race environment.
I wonder if anybody has that roadmap of.
I'm looking at it right now.
Pirates. So did it say new? Did it say new race environment?
It says a Pirates Life racetrack
new races
expansion
plus new race environment. Then Pirates says new races plus bonus race environment. So those are the variants that they gave us. Then obviously season 10, The Nightmare Before Christmas, new races plus race environment. They specifically tell you if you're getting race environments or not.
Okay, so damn, we're not even getting no new variations in Toy Story. That's ass. But okay, the question, just how like the Incredible Season or Tron or Big Hero 6 got people excited for Speedstorm to stay on the game. Does this kind of excite you? Is this going to hold you over? For me, I don't think it's the same, man.
It hasn't been the same.
I don't know if this is
communication too, and we might have bonus race environments and Toy Story. They're just not telling us. Game Loft has a habit of not telling us changes or whatnot that they put in the game. You know what I mean? Like we could keep walking to Toy Story and there's 3 or 4 new variations, but we didn't know that was gonna happen because they didn't tell us. Just like they
for every roadmap,
they don't tell us.
Yeah, but Angel, for every roadmap so far has been consistent. Why be inconsistent now when it doesn't benefit you?
Well, I mean,
especially with Mario Kart
according to Sonic,
right now.
It sounds like Gameloft did say that Winnie the Pooh's thumbnail for the racetrack is not fully completed, which only makes me think that there is a racetrack being made for Winnie the Pooh, but they don't notate that. So that also gives me speculation that we might have a new expansions to the Toy Story one. They're just not saying it.
No.
Yeah,
also welcome Sonic.
All right.
Hello.
Let me explain. First of all, thank you for having me here. I'm gonna get this out of the way. They say that on the Discord server that the reason why they shown the Arby's version on the thumbnail on the roadmap because they haven't finished the concept art for the Winnie the Pooh track, so they ran out of time to reveal it, so they need more time for it. So that's
okay. So if you saw that in Discord, they told you that, then okay, that's good to know. Cause
wait, who said that in the Discord? A dev or a community manager?
I think it was a community manager who said that.
And the community managers also would have that information too. So
they would, but we'll see.
They would. Also, the new race environment, that means that we're getting a new version of Arby's Arena. Because think about it, back in the Pirates of the Caribbean season, they revealed Arby's Short Circuit in the Pirates of the Caribbean season back in season 8. That was the race environment, a new Arby's track. They didn't mention a Pirates of the Caribbean environment. They just added like bonus track to the Pirates track whatsoever. So that's what I'm referring to.
No,
yeah, but that would make sense.
I was just looking at the Pirates roadmap, and it says Pirates of the Caribbean expansion pack plus the bonus race environment.
Yeah, it would say bonus.
And that new race environment is RV Short Circuit. They say it when that season came out. I saw that in the Discord server.
See, I wouldn't put it past it that a new Arby's map would come out for Toy Story, since Toy Story technically already has a map. Same for the Pirates. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, they at that point, I would rather see them do bonus variants for not Pirates, for Toy Story, Andy's Room. And I feel like the Arby's additions that they added were almost like a bonus that they gave us, like a secret that you had to go find in there and be like, oh my God, we got a new Arby's circuit. I don't think that they specifically mentioned in the roadmap that we were going to get an Arby's Short Circuit. I just felt like the bonus tracks were for those said seasons, and we lucked out because they gave us a bonus in race environment, our Arby's Short Circuit. Because looking by the roadmaps of the previous seasons, it's all consistent. If it was a bonus track for every season, that means we'd be getting different Arby's variants for those seasons as well, which isn't the case.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up in the video feed. So this is the roadmap for Pirates, Inside Out, and Nightmare Before Christmas. So for Inside Out and Nightmare, you see new race environment, right? But if you guys notice, I'll even enlarge this so you guys can see. On Pirates, it says a Pirates Life Racetrack expansion plus bonus race environment.
Like the bonus race environment was the RB track, the new RB track, and the expansion was a new variation. So it doesn't say any of those in the Toy Story, so that means we ain't getting nothing new.
And that's why I said, why wouldn't they stay consistent with the roadmap if they've been consistent the entire time? Why change now?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a new RV track and also racetrack expansion for Toy Story, even though they don't say it. But when they re-added Pirates as a season, they gave us an expansion and also an RV's track. So
we'll see, because right now they're in the phase of cutting back on content. So that could also mean cutting back on giving us variants for
cutting back on characters, victory animations, tracks, variant, cutting back. So honestly, was
it specifically said that they're cutting back on content to make more tracks, or what was the reason why they're cutting back on things?
So they can do a season every 2 months,
something like that. Yeah.
In the video, they did state that they listened to the feedback. People wanted shorter seasons to to give it a bit more room to breathe, basically.
So basically, they cutting out everything so we can get 2 seasons of nothing.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. So they're gonna shorten the seasons, but they'll have a good amount of time to give us variations for Andy's Room, because I don't know how hard would it be to just add on to Andy's Room.
I think that's
and they're not even doing that. It is an excuse.
I'd rather the seasons be longer and every single season have 4 characters and a new race environment than the seasons to be shorter and we don't have victory animations, we don't have new tracks, we have less characters.
I wouldn't mind a bonus race variation of Andy's Room where we,
maybe go down the stairs,
in the room.
They're going to a different room.
Or go into a different room as a variation, you know what I'm saying?
Or they could have give us Andy's Room 2, but it's based on Toy Story 2. Just think about that.
Oh, yeah, they could have gave us some extra shit.
They
could have gave us the Toy Story.
Give us a variation that goes into fucking Pizza Planet, man. Let's do that.
Where's the Pizza Planet map? That's what I'm saying. They holding back on us.
Pizza Planet.
like a Pizza Planet track would have been fire.
Yeah, with Zurg, that would have been the perfect way to introduce Zurg with a Pizza Planet track. Why even do this one? Oh man, why there's so many seasons you could do. Why do a Toy Story season?
They literally could have did a track on Zurg's ship.
They they also said that the reason why they decided to do a Toy Story season was this year when they want to celebrate like the 30th anniversary of Toy Story. And there's one thing that Speedstorm is best known for is that they like to release franchises as seasons to celebrate a milestone, because this is the third time that this shit happens. Like it happened with Frozen back in season 10 to celebrate their 10th anniversary, and it happened in season 11 with The Incredibles to celebrate their 20th anniversary. So basically, they want to celebrate milestones as seasons, celebrating an anniversary of a franchise.
Celebrate, right?
And also,
celebrate,
Toy
and they're not
Story
even giving
5 also being a thing coming out soon too. So that's another thing too.
They're not even
I
celebrating
Toy
right
Story
though
5.
because they're giving us less. It makes sense if they still keep up with their content consistency, but they're not.
I mean, but who would you add as a fourth racer? We can't even figure out who would the third racer for the Toy Story season
Come
was
on,
gonna be.
Prospector.
Only been
From,
Zurg.
look,
It
it could be Zurg, Prospector from Toy Story 2. You can have the bear.
The bear is named Lotso, Caleb. His name is Lotso.
Yeah, that's Lotso.
I feel like
Based off that leak, though, based off the midseason leak, Zurg and Lotso is in there. So we already know Zurg and Lotso is probably going to be 2 out of the 3 racers.
Prospector.
It's going to be 40. I guarantee you that the third character is going to be 40.
I'm just saying, like, they didn't make Prospector a crew member. So, like, I feel like he definitely could be a character.
Like, sometimes, even with the leaks and everything, there's a possibility that plans might have changed after that leak was posted. So you gotta think about that too.
Oh yeah, that's why I said take the remaining season list as a grain of salt. But I will say they were right with Winnie the Pooh and Alice. So take this with a grain of salt, but also pay attention to what is going to be a mini season and a regular season, because we might see these in the next roadmap, and they might change
overall,
some things.
Yeah, not to get stuck on this for too long, but like overall, are you? Does this excite you? Honestly, are you excited with this roadmap? Every roadmap, you can give it A, B, C. I don't know, like L, W. Honestly, I think this is a L roadmap. I'm not excited seeing this roadmap as I was for The Incredibles, Big Hero 6, and Tron. I think that was exciting. That was like, oh, we got some cool stuff coming. I'm not as excited. It's like, it'll be like, I think really the only thing I'm excited for is Zurg and the Alice in Wonderland track. But outside of that, I'm not really that excited. But yeah, that's my opinion. But I guess Sammy, Angel, and Sonic, y'all can give y'all opinion on this roadmap. Or what would y'all give this?
I will say this roadmap
this was a lot. Yeah, go ahead, Angel.
I will say this roadmap is not as hype as the other roadmap that we had with The Incredibles and whatnot. I will say I am most excited for Alice in Wonderland. I think that's gonna probably be their best season from this roadmap. But I will also say Winnie the Pooh might be a sleeper season. And then people might not be excited for Winnie the Pooh, but I feel like we all thought Tron might not be a good season either, and look at how the racers turned out to be, and then literally was one of the better seasons because each racer felt powerful. They might do the same shit for Winnie the Pooh. Toy Story on the other hand, I don't know, their racers might be good too, but I will say at least for the mid-season aspect, it's Chippendale, so at least you guys know that the crews for Chippendale for both mid-season releases they're gonna share crews. So I mean, at least on that aspect, it'll be good for the people that don't really spend that much money in the game. At least you'll have the crews to share for the Chippendale mid-seasons. Other than that, I mean, again, Alice in Wonderland is probably gonna be my favorite season. The map looks fire already. I can't wait to see the full map. And I can't wait to see the racers too and what their abilities are going to be. That's what I'm excited about is more racers. How OP are they going to make these racers? And see what else they add, because Game Loft has a habit of not telling us certain things, and like I said, just because it doesn't say new race environment, guys, don't think we might not get something, because how many times they gave us balance changes and we end up racing and we end up racing with racers that are buffed and we didn't know that they got buffed. We call them the silent buffs because they don't talk about all of them.
For me, I'm indifferent. Like I've been saying, the last roadmap, like it's hard for me to be excited about this game anymore. Especially midway through, they changed a roadmap and they changed a season, which was Big Hero 6. And I think ever since Big Hero 6, this game, like whatever cliff it fell off before, it's like near the bottom of the cliff at this point. And honestly, I'm not even playing this game to hold me over until Crossworlds, which is crazy. I'm just playing other games. So when Crossworld comes out, that's what I'm going to be excited for. I'm more excited to know that we're closer to Crossworlds than I am Winnie the Pooh. Even though Winnie the Pooh might be a hit, but at the same time, I'm not saving Gameloft anymore. Like they made this bed, so they got to lie in it.
Now, just to, I already said my piece, but just to play off of that, they're adding Winnie the Pooh when we still don't have every Disney princess. So that makes, are they gonna? I just hope what they don't do. This might be some negative shit. I hope they don't make the princess from Brave or Princess Tiana. I hope they don't make them some mid-season racers in the Winnie the Pooh season. Because who are going to be the mid-season racers? They already made Cinderella mid-season, Aurora mid-season, Sleeping Beauty and Cinderella were mid-seasons. Instead of they're getting their own seasons, they're mid-seasons.
Oh no.
So Snow White as well.
Snow White,
so I see this as a negative because it should be princess season. It should be Raya. It should be Princess and the Frog. It should be Coco. It should be Brave, not Winnie the Pooh, not Toy Story. And this is for the rest of this is for the rest of 2025 at that. So that means, and let's say the princesses aren't mid-season. That means we got to wait until 2026 to get another princess season. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's a red flag going on for me.
That the Disney princesses are all going to come out as mid-seasons now. It's been 3, actually no 4, because you got Rapunzel came out as mid-season. Then you got Snow White as mid-season. Aurora and Cinderella also mid-season.
Moana.
Moana, yo.
That's
ass. That's ass.
So it's been like 6 that have been mid-season.
That's not good, bro.
Pocahontas mid-seasons. Fucking Raya, Merida, all gonna be mid-seasons. Watch. How many Disney princesses left? It's only like 3 or 4. Pocahontas, Raya, Brave,
all mid-season too.
And who else are we missing for the princesses? I think it's those 3 only.
Tiana.
Oh, and Tiana for Princess and the Frog. Yeah.
That's 5. So.
And you already know they're gonna be mid-seasons.
Yeah, that kind of disappoints me. That makes me disappointed. But
now Rosalie, apparently the new map hasn't been finalized, and then like the thumbnail and the artwork for Winnie the Pooh racetrack is not finished yet. That's what the community manager said in the Discord. So we are gonna get a new track. It seems like from what the community manager said for Winnie the Pooh.
I just want to hold my breath on that.
Also,
negative.
the guy.
Don't hold my breath on that. Like, damn. Shot any hope down right there.
That's crazy.
They better give us a new map because I don't want this.
Wow, Sammy, you continue to surprise me.
But I guess the last person who get to get their opinion, Sonic, a W or L for the
was it L?
Oh, you said it was L, romance.
Well, for me,
and he's a Toy Story guy.
Yeah, like I'm super excited for Toy Story. I mean, more Toy Story villains, sign me up. Like, I'm just a little disappointed that it should have been 4 racers like the old days. You know, the season 2 had 4 Toy Story characters. Like, it should have been 4 racers instead of 3. Like, that is so fucking lazy.
Gameloft gave us Pizza Planet as a racetrack. That's a lost opportunity.
I will say, so as a parting thing, I will say this would be the best time because they say they're celebrating a milestone for Toy Story. This would be the best time to revisit some of these racers from the Toy Story collection and get them all buffs.
Exactly. Watch, they're gonna buff all 4 characters. So
If
Oh
you're
my
listening,
god.
Game Loft, take a hint.
Yeah.
Anyway. Toy Story, a W for me. Alice in Wonderland, I can care less. Same with Winnie the Pooh. But if you guys look closely in the season 17 one, they already hinted the next franchise of what's gonna come in season 17 because we have paw prints in that image.
Dalmatians.
Or Lion King.
Probably Lion King, because Dalmatians.
Lion
I mean, Cruella was a mid-season, so at that point, she wouldn't get a season.
Unless they added like the what was the dog's name? Dongo. Their owners basically driving. It's been a while since
I don't
I
even
watched
see that.
It's
Yeah,
been a
I
while.
think they're not even as memorable as Cruella, so it wouldn't even make sense to make them like the main racers
So wait,
and
hold
not
on.
Cruella.
You guys think the paw prints or the animal prints is a hit for
That's
the
Lion
next season?
King.
For the
Surprise.
season
Look
17?
that way.
I mean, shit, Lion King wouldn't be too bad. Isn't Lion King also in the league of the remaining seasons too?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
2026 Lion King, that might bring some people. That's something to get
yeah.
excited for.
Lion King, and everyone else's
Lion
crew?
King, yeah,
Yep.
Lion
A
King,
Pride Rock track? Come on now.
Oh shit, a remix to Hakuna Matata. Oh shit.
Yo, that would be fire.
If they even give us a remix, come on now.
Yo, Sammy, stop.
They're gonna start coming back on the tracks too.
They gonna cut back on the remixes? Oh, no.
Yo, Sammy about to make everybody crash out and not play this game no
We
more.
rock listening to Jungle Ruins music, guys.
Oh my gosh.
Oh god.
No, come on. That's the
That's
only thing they
terrible.
got going for them is the remixes to the tracks, man. Don't give them any ideas to not do the remixes, man. That's
Yeah, don't make them
crazy.
cut the composers check.
Damn,
You know,
yo,
he
we
gotta
about to
get his
fire you,
bag.
Sammy. You're giving them ideas.
You know what? Let me stop because the last thing I said back in December was they're gonna stop with like the voice lines and animations and stuff like that, and they kind of already did. So I'll stop.
Well, except the voice line. They brought back all the voice line, but the animations, yeah, that one's it's out there in the dust.
Artist said it could be a Bolt season. That's a possibility too.
But
Also,
I feel
Rosalie
like
Beauty
for
says
a boat season, they would have had like a lightning bolt over the paw prints.
it's a possibility.
Is
Rosalie
Bolt in
Beauty
that league?
Bolt. I'm not sure.
Hold on. Wasn't Bolt one of the seasons they scrapped? Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
not
it was. The RIP Bolt is one of them.
Yikes.
Yeah, look, there it is. See? And they also scrapped Coco too, because Coco was in the original game files, but for some reason they scrapped that season completely. Crazy.
But again, you never know. Changes can happen because, apparently Toy Story should have been mid-season and they're not. So you never know. Some of these that they worked on, they might go back to these and end up releasing the some of these
could be the
seasons. Yeah, I kind of upset, man. A Finding Nemo season would have been fire. Underwater track again. You know what I'm saying?
No way, like underwater.
I would have liked the zero.
I
gravity
love
track.
underwater tracks. Those are dope. Those are unique.
I would have
think
loved
it
the
makes
zero
the game-
gravity track, a Wally track in space.
It adds variety. Yeah.
Yeah, facts.
But also
Chicken
Rosalie
Little?
Beauty,
Damn.
she says season 17 better not be Lion King. It would be too goofy to see Simba drive. Maybe Timon, but Scar on a car.
Y'all say that, but look at Mario Kart. They literally got like freaking
Cows
fish
driving.
bones and
Fucking
cows
crabs.
and snowmen. Like it can work. It's not like
Yeah,
it
maybe
can't.
they're trying it out now because they see Mario Kart do it with cows.
I
Mhm.
mean, but look,
I mean, all-
Baloo is a fucking bear and he's in the fucking game. So I mean,
Yeah, but Baloo could always walk upright, so it wouldn't look goofy if Baloo was in a
but
cart
that's the same
driving.
way
I mean,
as
the game
fucking
is-
Sidestepper in Mario Kart. He's not really driving the car. He's just sitting there fucking clapping his
Exactly.
fucking claws.
Yeah,
When we get
where's
in Speedstorm? I don't know if we're getting that, Sonny.
I mean, King Triton literally has fin. He doesn't even have feet, and he's able to drive the cart. Where's he putting the gas pedal on? You know what I'm saying? So
Well,
They
King
can
Triton
make it
does have
work.
magic.
Same with Ursula though. She doesn't have legs, and yet she has her squid tails.
yeah, so
That's
it might look
true, that
goofy,
is
but they can make it
true.
work.
Yeah, they could definitely make it
But-
work. Definitely.
I will say, in order to kind of, get into the Switch 2 stuff, the Disney Speedstorm is on the Switch 2. I don't know, for all of the people who got the Switch 2, have you played Speedstorm on it?
I have.
I have.
Absent played on it.
I have, because I have the Switch 2, and it almost seems like they didn't really upgrade the game for the Switch 2. It almost seems like it's a Switch 1 version.
It is.
You can play a Switch 1 version.
I don't see why they would.
And so the graphics are still bad. The frame rate's still bad. Like, I guess you could say it's slightly better than the one, but it doesn't look as good as like the PS5 or Xbox versions. It's kind of like a. I feel like they need to come out. Game Loft, y'all need to come out with a Switch 2 version of Speedstorm, because what y'all got right now is unacceptable.
That's gonna cost some money.
They did say they are working on the Switch 2 version. So the version that you guys are playing on is still the Switch 1 version, which is why it looks like that. But they did say they are working on the Switch 2 port. They just haven't told us when it is coming out, but they are working on it.
Okay, that's good to know, because I would love to have a Switch 2 port of Speedstorm. If you want to keep people in the game, because going from Mario Kart and then seeing how good it looks, and then playing Speedstorm on Switch 2, it's like, yikes, big drop off. But that's good to know that a port is coming out.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, that's my thoughts on the roadmap so far. So you guys can continue on with the topics.
I mean, we're gonna be talking about the Switch 2 now.
Well then, I'll be heading out then. I just came just to explain you guys. So
I appreciate the intel on it, because we were definitely confused on some of the roadmap stuff. So
yeah. Well, anyway, thanks for having me, guys. I gotta head out. I gotta do some grinding real quick, and I'll catch you guys soon.
All right, catch you later. All right, so
we got a lot to talk about the Switch 2.
We got the Switch 2 has broken records. Okay, so let's preference this, because we talked about this on the podcast about how I ain't paying $90 for no game. I ain't paying $500 for no Switch 2. The Switch 2 is just as much as the PS5. They really think we're gonna spend $500 on Switch 2 console?
I didn't.
5 weeks later, in SpongeBob voice, 5 weeks later, and the Switch 2 sold out, and it's the fastest selling console ever. That's more than the PlayStation 2. That's more than the Wii. That's more than the GameCube. That's more than the Xbox 360. The Switch 2 is selling out more than the PS4. The fastest selling console ever. The $500 overpriced console, Switch 2, that everybody said they were going to boycott and not get. Well, it looks like everybody and their mama is out to get that console. And so it is basically, if you think that Nintendo was going to go down on their prices, they're not going down, because the consumer basically said, I'm okay with all of these changes because I'm still going to buy your console anyway. So yes, the Switch 2 is the highest selling console of all time right now. What do y'all think about that?
I think, so Angel, Nano, Caleb, Absent, whoever the hell else bought a Switch 2, don't complain when we get $90 games. I'm going to just say that right now. Don't complain when we get $90 games, because you're part of the problem.
Hey, but some people say, I didn't buy the $90. They bought the bundle. The bundle was the game was
I spent $50
but
on Mario Kart.
You encouraged, regardless, even if you bought the bundle, you're still encouraging them and saying, oh, it's okay to do this kind of shit.
I mean, and they already said that, like, games like Donkey Kong were going to be cheaper than Mario Kart. Like, different games will have different prices. Because Donkey Kong is a single player game that you probably play through the story once, it's $60, $69.99 versus Mario Kart. Their justification for upping the price on Mario Kart, because they're like, oh, we're going to spend thousands of hours on that game. You're going to spend a lot of time on that game. And therefore, the time you put in justifies the price. So that's their reason.
The other games, it's not just Donkey Kong. They got Metroid, they got Kirby, they got
Metroid.
Another. I know, but still, I don't want to hear, we're gonna keep Donkey Kong $70, but then Metroid comes out and it's $80.
I mean, ain't
Well,
nobody
Metroid's
gonna
not
buy that
gonna
shit
be
for
$80.
$80.
Metroid is not. It's not gonna be.
You
Metroid
don't
is
think
not
they?
an $80 game.
We'll see. We'll see.
No.
We'll see. Because the same thing could be said about Mario Kart World, could be said about Metroid. Oh, this is the first time Metroid looks like
But
this.
Mario Kart
We invested a
already
lot of
their
money.
highest selling game on the Switch 1 of all time. Mario Kart, so maybe they probably already know people are gonna buy Mario Kart. They don't. Most people ain't gonna get Metroid like Mario Kart. So
Yeah, Mario
that's why they
Kart
could probably charge more.
is one of
We'll
their
see.
top selling games, regardless of what console it's on. Mario Kart, literally, there's people that buy Nintendo consoles specifically for Mario Kart. So that's probably their thought process.
I mean, that's essentially what. Oh fuck. That's essentially what they people bought the console for. Because right now, on the Switch 2, there's only one game, maybe two games out right now. There is Mario Kart World, but there actually is another game, a Switch exclusive called Fast Fusion, which is the sequel to Fast RMX, and it's actually a good game. It actually kind of shows off like the Switch graphical capabilities. And I bought the game. It's $15. So if you don't want to get pay for an $80-$90 Mario Kart, you can get Fast Fusion. Unfortunately, it doesn't have online like RMX. I think because when Fast RMX was a console launch for the Switch 1, they did have online, but then after like a couple of weeks, online was basically dead. So it seems like for this rendition of the game, they took out. I guess they didn't want to waste resources on the online and just focus on like the main game. But I will say the main game is actually really fun and good. It's fast. It's just as fast as what do they call it? F-Zero. It kind of basically showing what an F-Zero game could be like. But yeah, right now, I think it's Fast Fusion and Nintendo Mario Kart. So when Angel says that people will spend $500 to buy a Switch console just to play Mario Kart, that's exactly what happened. But I'm just saying, if you do want to play another game that's exclusively for the Switch 2, do check out Fast Fusion. It's another racing game. It's fun, good graphics, good music. And it's only for $15.
No multiplayer, man. That
that's
kills it for me.
And if you really want to play a good game on the Switch 2, wait till September.
I would have loved for people to get Fast Fusion and be able to race some F-Zero fast racing against them, but maybe a DLC, and I don't know, probably not. But yeah, that's I would say that's the one negative. They kind of dropped the ball on that, but it is what it is. But I still think it's worth getting. It's only for $15. I think it's a good deal. But yeah. So yeah, people. I don't know if y'all watch Penguin Zero or Tromoist Critical, but I think he made a video about how he's showing all these YouTubers talking about they were going to boycott Nintendo, and then that was the highest selling console. So, and you know what I think? I don't even think it might not, because Sammy's like, oh, don't be surprised when we got $90 games. I don't even think it's the $90 games that's going to be normalized. I think it's the Switch hardware. Is that Nintendo sees that we're willing to spend $500,000 on a Switch or on a Nintendo console. So in the future, the price of the next, the sequel to the Switch 2 might be fucking $700. So I think that's really what the negative of this could be, but I don't know.
I also heard like the hardware on the Switch 2 is a lot more powerful than what people think. I think somebody did a breakdown and did some testing, and they said like the CPU was on par with the Xbox Series S, not the PS4 or the PS4 Pro.
And the Xbox Series S is pretty powerful. It actually looks good. So, it's decent enough. It definitely, you get that ray tracing look for sure, and that's something that you don't usually get. I think of the Switch 2, because playing Fast RMX, they had different modes. You had like a performance mode, you had a quality mode, and you had an ultra quality where you get the ray tracing 30 frames, or you can get like 4K 60. So I believe it. I believe Xbox Series S. I can believe it, but here's the difference, though. If it's as powerful as the Xbox Series S, but the Xbox Series S is like $299, right?
Yeah.
Now I know Xbox. I think because of the Switch, they went up $100 on their consoles. or $80, $100 on their consoles. But the original Xbox Series S, I believe, was $299. So that's actually what the Switch 2 should have been, not $500 if it's comparable to the Series S. But hey, people, the consumer, they speak with their dollars. So, like I said, the consumers basically show Nintendo that you raise the price on your console, and it will be the highest selling console of all time. So, expect more, expect higher prices going forward. That's how I see it.
I definitely don't see it being as powerful as a Series S. Is this as powerful as a Series S when it's docked? Because a Series S plays games like 1080p. Sometimes games are at 1440p. I don't see the Switch doing that kind of numbers.
Yeah, it does. Like I said, Fast Fusion
1440p docked.
Yes, 4K docked. Like I said, it's 4K docked, and they have different modes. They have a 1080.
Is it 4K checkerboard or upscaled? Because
it's 4K.
Because the Series S is playing these games natively at 1080p or 1440p.
Yeah, it's like I said, it has different modes. It has quality modes where you can up it to 4K, Ultra HD, but the frame rate might be lower. You know what I'm saying? 30 FPS instead of 60, or you can do a performance mode or whatever. But yeah, it's 4K. So I believe when they say it's as powerful as the Series S, I believe it. Because like I said, Fast Fusion is almost like showing the power of the Switch 2. It might not have online, but the graphics look really good. So I bought the game. I could take a screenshot and maybe show you the specs, like the 4K mode that it shows. But yeah,
I just want to know what they did to get it to run 4K, because I don't think the Switch 2 is capable natively to run 4K.
I mean, Mario Kart's 4K. Mario Kart World is 4K already.
Yeah,
4K
but did they
60?
Yeah, but did they checkerboard to get it to 4K? Like, did they upscale it to get it to 4K? Like, is it playing, like, is internally the resolution at like 540p, but then like they did some checkerboarding or upscaling it to get it to 4K?
No, I don't think so.
I don't
Not for
believe
Mario
so. No.
Kart. I mean, I said, the hardware for the Switch 2 is on par with the Series S, at least for the CPU. GPU might be a little bit more powerful, and that's also an NVIDIA GPU. So,
you guys got to remember.
I wholeheartedly think it can play 4K 60 natively, especially for games like Mario Kart, at least.
Yeah, Sammy's anti-Nintendo. That's why he.
I mean, look at Cyberpunk, Sammy. A game that struggles on freaking PC, bro. They got it to work on the freaking Switch too.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. What kind of corners did they cut in order to achieve that marvel is what I'm saying. I don't deny that it could probably do that. I'm saying natively though.
It ain't probably. Natively they already doing it.
I don't think natively they're capable of doing it, but
it is. I don't know why you're thinking this is the Switch 1. This is the Switch 2, and it can run 4K natively. Like, they already got games that are doing it. Mario Kart's one of them. Fast Fusion's another one. And they got some ports like Cyberpunk and stuff. So. But it still isn't as strong as PS4 or the Xbox Series X. I mean, it's not as strong as the PS5 or the Xbox Series X. So, but it is, on par with the quote-unquote.
Podakai with that raid. Let's go, chat. Appreciate that raid. How was the vibes, man? Proto Party. We got Podakai, Alley Cat in the building. Miss Green vibes. How we all doing today? Proto, how was the stream, my guy? And also, everybody, welcome to the Crashout.
But if you, we talked about there's not that many games on the Switch 2 right now, but there is a new game coming out next month. So there'll be another game to play outside of Mario Kart, Nintendo exclusive, and that is Donkey Kong Bonanza. And they just came out with a direct showing off the gameplay, showing off, all of the features. And I will say the game looks amazing. So, here comes the second Nintendo exclusive let's check out this direct real quick and show what's to come.
Okay, so I did do some little research before we even get on that. So it says that for first party games, it'll most likely run 4K natively, but everything else has been upscaled. So like I said, it can run Cyberpunk, but it's not running natively at that resolution. They had to have upscale.
That just depends on the developer. Like some developers like, do upscale.
Like Cyberpunk is most likely using DLSS to be able to perform, which I'm not. DLSS is not bad. No, I play a lot of games in 4K because of DLSS, and I low-key don't really notice a difference.
I believe that because for the most part, we hardly see much of a difference from 4K to 1080p.
Especially if on handheld mode you're using DLSS on like 540p to 1080p, for example, it's still gonna look like a nice 1080p image, especially when you're upscaling it from 540. So you'll at least be able to have the performance, and still the game looks good.
Yeah, most definitely. I definitely think this is probably Nintendo's most capable machine since the GameCube. And that's saying something because when they came out with the GameCube, they took a risk and they also took a loss. But with the Switch 2, it almost seems like they went all in again and, they're finding success. So that's good. Just don't like their pricing. But yeah.
And now here's the trailer to Donkey Kong Bonanza.
When the world felt so cruel and bleak, when the hole looked so dark and deep, hard as rock, cold as stone, I was scared, alone. Then your beat showed the way to me.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Golden Bananas, the discovery of the century, made right here on Ingot Isle. This is excellent news for #1 banana fan, Donkey Kong. However, just as he's about to enjoy the notable bananas, a sudden tempest sends him deep down underground. As his adventure begins, DK teams up with Odd Rock, but it's no rock at all. It's actually a talented young singer named Pauline. Now, Donkey Kong just wants bananas. And Pauline wants to find a way back home to the surface. It's said that one's wish will be granted by reaching the planet core. So the unlikely duo set off on a strange subterranean adventure. The story takes place in the underground world, where the scenery changes the deeper you go. Some layers are so spectacular that it's hard to believe you're underground. DK can run, jump, and climb through each environment using his incredible physical prowess.
Yo, Pauline being in the game is dope, bro. I knew that rock.
That's not all.
I knew that rock was something was off.
You can smash, crash, and bash. You can even do this to a massive rock formation. If you want. As you barrel through obstacles in your path, you'll also collect golden bananas known as Banandium gems.
Angel, I think the volume's kind of low on the video.
Let's take
Yeah, it is.
some of the things this Kong can do.
Yeah, if you could turn that up.
Smash enemies, walls, the ground, and most things you can get your hands on with incredible force. Destruction can lead to discoveries, so set off a chain reaction and see what happens. Dive punch. Unleash a powerful punch directly downward. How deep you punch into the ground depends on the strength of the terrain. Roll forward. Roll at high speed and send lighter objects soaring. Combine this with punches and jumps to really mix things up. Hand slap. Make some noise to collect scattered items or detect hidden objects using sonar. You can even use your feet when your hands are occupied. Tear off. Grab a chunk of terrain and tear it off. Or tear up turnips to find items. And even tear chunks off your foes. Swing. Grab a chunk and swing it to attack.
One more!
Harder chunks can be used to break stone with ease. Or smash spiky thorns. Chunk jump. Use a chunk to double jump. This will help you reach new heights. Throw. Throw a chunk. Or aim at a target like this. Throwing a boom rock or gold can have explosive effects. If you throw chunks made of softer material, you can stick them to a surface and pile them up. Turf serve. This lets you ride on chunks. Speed up and aim for smaller enemies to knock them away. Make music. The power of Pauline's singing will help show you the way. It can also remove these strange seals that someone left behind.
You do it, DK?
You never know what you'll discover in the underground world. So carve your own path with DK's abilities. The many layers of the underground world are host to a variety of inhabitants. Some are mysterious and aren't too bothered by DK's destructive tendencies. It looks like Cranky Kong and his companion Rambi are also venturing through the layers of the world. Then there are the Giant Elders, who call the underground world home. They're said to possess ancient bonanza powers.
Is that,
By learning their bonanza powers, Pauline's singing can do something special. She can make Donkey Kong transform. With incredible destructive power, even hard terrain poses no problem. Plow through the world and smash as much as possible with the powerful Kong Bonanza. Plus, DK can transform into a zebra. He's as speedy as he is striped. He can even breeze over water or crumbling pathways. That's the swift Zebra Bonanza. Oh yeah, he can also turn into an ostrich, a flying ostrich. Spread your wings and soar through the sky. You can use updrafts to gain more air, then drop egg bombs from great heights to send enemies scattering. That's right, it's Ostrich Bonanza! Bonanza transformations don't last forever though. You can transform again by collecting gold to build up your Bonanergy. You're not limited to when or where you transform, and you can swap between transformations. So get creative and use them as you adventure to the planet core. Standing in our hero's way is the Void Company. the mightiest mining operation both above ground and below. Grumpy Kong works to create gigantic corporate soldiers. Poppy Kong is responsible for subterranean info gathering, while Void Kong is in charge of the whole company. This nefarious crew is responsible for the banana-stealing maelstrom on Ingot Isle, and they're heading straight down to the planet core.
The planet core? But no! I'm going with DK, so you just stay away!
Voidco blocked off all the routes to the lower layers, so no one could reach them. DK and his pals will come face to face with the enemies guarding these routes. So use all the power at your disposal to take on a host of powerful foes. By defeating them, giant sinkholes will open, clearing a path to the lower layers of the underground world. Found throughout the underground world are golden bananas called Banandium Gems. They're not always visible though. Sometimes they're buried in the walls, the ground, and other places. There are a whole bunch to find. You can also obtain these gems by completing challenges in the ruins found throughout your adventure.
Let's do this!
Challenges include time-limited battles, courses where you'll need clever solutions, side-scrolling stages, and more. Keep your eyes peeled to find the Banandium Gems. There are plenty of ruins to discover, so give them a try. As you collect Banandium Gems, you'll gain skill points. These can be used to increase stats such as your max health or the destructive power of your punches. Power up Donkey Kong to match your playstyle. For example, if you strengthen your sonar, you'll be able to detect treasure from further away, which could lead to new discoveries. Or use skill points to learn new skills. There are all sorts of items to find as you explore. Banandium chips are shaped like slices of banana. And they can be traded for Banandium Gems at the chip exchange. These gold nuggets are, unsurprisingly, called gold. You can exchange gold for useful items at the stuff shop. There are fossils too. You can trade these for different fashions at local style shops. Just open the closet and customize the perfect fits for Donkey Kong and Pauline. Or even change up your fur color. No look is too much for Donkey Kong, or too little. Almost every article of clothing comes with its own benefits, so mix and match your look to suit the situation. If you find a treasure chest buried in the ground, crack it open, and you might receive a treasure map showing the location of Banandium Gems or fossils. Their locations will be marked on your map. Pretty helpful for finding collectibles. You can also see which fossils and Banandium Gems you've collected, making it easy to see how close you are to completion. There's plenty more to do in the underground world when not adventuring. Need a rest? Carve out a space and enjoy a getaway where you can recover in bed. And enjoy listening to tunes with the music player. You might even find new discs when defeating enemies.
Hey,
when it comes to moving between layers, subterranean eels have your back. These elevators will help you easily move between layers you visited at any time. And if you get lost, no need to worry. You can always teleport within the layer you're currently exploring.
Teleport there?
In photo mode, you can freely change the in-game camera angle and adjust other settings to snap pics. Get a photo like this, or that. Unleash your inner shutterbug and create your own captivating scenes. By sharing a Joy-Con 2 controller or using a second set, you and a pal can control Donkey Kong and Pauline separately to buddy up in local co-op play. As Pauline, you can unleash vocal blasts using Joy-Con 2 mouse controls. You can also copy the material of nearby terrain to give your vocals even more texture. By working together, even tough enemies don't stand a chance. This game also supports Game Share. Even if only one player has the game, they can quickly share it to another player so they can join on their own system. It can also be shared locally to a Nintendo Switch system. Plus, you can play online between Nintendo Switch 2 systems using Game Share via Game Chat. If you need a little help with all the platforming action, Assist Mode is the way to play. It guides you in the right direction, halves the damage you receive, and more. Assist Mode supports you in your adventure to be the best Kong you can be. Outside of the main game, there's a mode where you can carve stone using mouse controls called DK Artist. Rotate to paint. Carve material. Or add some back on. You can even change the lighting and add delectable banana effects. Give it a try and sculpt to your heart's content. This game also supports amiibo accessories. A new Donkey Kong and Pauline amiibo figure is also on the way. Scanning it unlocks Pauline's diva dress. By scanning the Donkey Kong series amiibo shown here, gold Kong tiles with explosive power will appear. Every other amiibo released up to this point is also compatible. If you scan them, you'll get giant spheres like these.
Look at us, DK. I love to sing more than anything. I have this dream. Maybe if we get to the surface, you and me, we can make it more than a dream. We're breaking through, down to the core, no stopping us, not any. Get up, DK, inside the storm. I found the key, got me out.
Join the powerful Donkey Kong and the talented singer Pauline as they set out on an adventure to the fabled planet Core.
My own special power? DK!
Donkey Kong Bonanza. Available July 17th only on Nintendo Switch 2. Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop. The Donkey Kong and Pauline amiibo will also be available July 17th. The Donkey Kong and Pauline amiibo also.
All right.
Oh, that was
So what do we think?
Interesting. I mean, the game looks really fun. I'm not gonna lie, it looks really fun. What I did like about this is they actually are bringing back an OG character from the Donkey Kong series. I don't know if people know about Pauline, but Pauline was created in the original Donkey Kong game and was originally Mario's love interest that got replaced by Princess Peach. I know I'm going back at my age on this because the original Donkey Kong came out in the 1980s. So not many people know about Pauline being the original Princess Peach.
Mm-hmm. Which this is very interesting that they're doing this because this kind of, I don't know if this retcons some of the lore because I think in like the Donkey Kong Country game, Cranky Kong is like the original Donkey Kong that kidnaps Pauline, but in this game, Pauline's like a kid, like a child, and so. And then you see Cranky Kong's old, so it's almost like they retconning some of the lore, or something. Cause and one thing I will say, people are like, "Yo, like, where's Diddy? They got this rock on Donkey Kong's shoulder," which we see the rock was actually Pauline transformed into a rock. But it's almost like Pauline is taking the place of Diddy Kong. And she's the one that's gonna be riding around with Donkey Kong or whatnot. But Diddy Kong was in the game. I don't know if you guys saw that. Diddy Kong was riding the rhino.
It was Diddy and Dixie Kong.
Yep. So they showing a lot of
Diddy.
Yeah, Diddy's kind of be getting the short end of the stick because he's not in Mario Kart World. He doesn't seem to be a playable character in the Donkey Kong game. So Nintendo kind of dropped Diddy, extra Diddy. But no, yeah, I think the Pauline, and because we've always had Princess Peach. She has her own game. She's kind of like the person you save in all the Mario games. It's cool that they're bringing Pauline back into the spotlight. She's in Mario Kart now. She's going to be, a part of this new Donkey Kong game. They're kind of like going back to their roots and stuff. I think that is I think that's dope. Now, them making her a child is very interesting. Like I said, it kind of messes up the lore. I'm like, y'all gonna make her an adult, but this almost seems like a prequel. Cause this is almost like if y'all played Mario Odyssey, like there's like a whole New Donk City, and that's where Pauline sings as an adult. But in this game, it's kind of showing like, yo, if we make it to a surface, one day I'm gonna be a singer. So I don't know if there's like time travel going on or if this is like a prequel. But if it is a prequel, this means that this kind of switches up the Donkey Kong lore, which is very interesting.
Right. Let me find out Mario about to spark up this love of interest with Pauline again. What was that now?
As a child, little baby Mario.
Hey, well, you never know. And once you grant that wish in the end of the game, maybe she goes back to adult form.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, that's interesting. So it kind of it switches up. You go from the original Donkey Kong, from kidnapping Pauline, to Donkey Kong and Pauline working together to go through the center of the earth. Now I notice it's kind of like a King Kong and Godzilla, because in the King Kong Godzilla movie, like King Kong goes underground to the center of the earth, or there's like an underworld. And it's kind of like in this game, the levels of the worlds are like you beat a world and then you go deeper underground. So I think that's very interesting. I like that.
Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty legit game. I mean, it looks fun.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of the 2D sections? Because I think they had like a level,
bro. Oh my god, them shits was fire. I'm not gonna lie. Nintendo, you got money on the table. Can we get the OG Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3 remade into Switch 2 graphics? That's the one game that I feel
like this is what this game is. Well, it's not exactly a remake, but like I saw one of the levels that was in the Donkey Kong Country in the trailer. With the vines or whatever.
I peeped that too.
Yeah. So it's almost like they showing you what a Donkey Kong Country would look like with, the best.
Don't tease me. Don't tease me.
They definitely teasing.
My all-time favorite is Donkey Kong Country 2 when you play as Diddy and Dixie Kong. And, a fucking remake of that with Switch 2 graphics, bro. Especially the carnival level. Oh my God. I fucking love it, bro. And then that's the level where I don't know if you guys watch those videos with the nostalgic sound. You know what I'm talking about? It sounds very similar to the underwater level of Donkey Kong Country 2, where you get like that fish right along person that you get.
Yeah. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Yeah, it's like a
It's like-
slowed down version of that.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully, I feel like hopefully they got like similar music. If they got like Donkey Kong Country style music in the game, that'd be dope.
I mean, they got
But-
the intro, like, what is it, a DK Donkey Kong? You know what I'm saying? They got that. In there. I
Yeah.
heard it. I peeped it a little bit.
Honestly, this game looks so fire, dude. I feel like it's definitely because like in the Game Awards, how they have like obviously only one game can win a Game of the Year. This is definitely going to be nominated. Yeah, it's going to be in one of the games nominated. Obviously Expedition 33 is going to be up there, but I can see this game definitely being a competitor for Game of the Year. I think they saw that Astrobot won Game of the Year, and I think Nintendo's like, hey, let's cook. Hey, PlayStation got 2024. We're going to see if we can get 2025 because the era of the 3D platformers definitely seems to be back, and it seems like they're putting a lot of quality and effort into it. And this looks very good. I think this looks better than Mario Odyssey. Mario Odyssey was a great game. Obviously, it's the same team, but it seems like they're mixing it up, but doing it for like the Donkey Kong formula. And I love that Nintendo isn't just doing another Mario game, that they're actually doing a game for their other IPs instead of just getting, a Mario game, Luigi game. Like, we want, like, you have Donkey Kong, you have these other characters outside of Mario and Zelda. So I'm definitely going to support this game and get this game. I think it's going to be fun. The transformations look hella dope. I think you can turn into like a giant gorilla, like a giant black gorilla. You can turn into a zebra. You can turn into like an eagle. I think that's dope. I do think it's a missed opportunity. They could have had you transform into a donkey instead of a zebra.
That would be kind of funny though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the real Donkey Kong.
I'm excited though because we haven't had a 3D Donkey Kong since freaking Donkey Kong 64. Just think about that. We haven't had a 3D Donkey Kong game since the Nintendo 64 era. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. And you can see they play to it with the little sculpting, because I think you could do that on the 64 and Mario 64. You can kind of like pull on his face and stuff, and it's almost like they have a little bit of that element into this game, it seems.
You never know. We might be able to play as Dixie and Diddy. They just didn't tell us. You know what I'm saying? Maybe
Diddy talk is crazy.
Chill. Hey, I'm just saying. You could beat the game, or you unlock a certain amount of those golden bananas, and you get the ability to play, as Diddy or Dixie somewhere, or them in the mid game or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, special level or something. They just, they can't spill all the beans, but yeah, that would be dope. That's also another possibility. Will Funky Kong make an appearance? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm excited for this. But I will say I don't know if I saw King K. Rool. How do you feel about King K. Rool not being in the game, or do you think that he'll be a secret boss?
There could be a high possibility he could be like either a secret boss or Easter egg somewhere in the game. But if your analogy is correct, Caleb, if this is a prequel to like the original Donkey Kong lore, King K. Rool might not even be a thing yet.
Oh yeah, that's fact. That's true. But they showed at least they acknowledged him, like, hey, you can get this amiibo.
They did. They showed it with the original DK amiibos that he was one of them.
Yep. Honestly, like, what do you think about his design? I feel like his design is growing on me. I think
they're using the Super Mario movie design. That's what they're using.
I think what it is his eyebrow, instead of it being stuck in place like the the original Donkey Kong where he's kind of like frowning, it's like when he frowns, it looks like OG Donkey Kong, but it seems like they're making his his little brow more like it can take different shapes to show different emotions and different facial expressions, I feel like. But there were moments where I feel like, okay, that looks like Donkey Kong. So it doesn't look, I know it doesn't look as bad as maybe, people might have once like originally reacted to, but I don't think it looks bad. Now the fur,
Did you see the fur animations on certain aspects where you can see the fur moving and shit like that? I peeped that too. I'm like, okay, that's a little detail right there.
Oh, lie. From what I gathered from this, albeit the game looks fun, it did kind of look like a tech demo.
What do you mean?
Like it just looked like it was there to show off the new capabilities of probably the Switch 2.
As it should. You know, if you're gonna come up with a new game, you better be able to, you know, have some new features or something. I don't think the whole game looked like that. I definitely like the little. They had like the whole little thing where you can show off the little mouse. Because now the Joy-Cons, you can move around like a mouse. So yeah, I feel like they do probably will have some mini games and segments that are like tech demos. But I don't think the whole game feels like a tech demo to me.
I mean, I would hope that they showed off the capabilities in the Switch 2. This is the next big Switch exclusive aside from Mario Kart World. So, you know, they gotta go big or go home.
And to be fair, Astro's Playroom, quote unquote, was like kind of like a game showing like a tech demo, a game showing off the capabilities, and then they built upon that and they got a game to get Game of the Year. So I think a game showing off the tech capabilities of a console, I don't see no issue with that. But yeah, I'm excited. But yeah, that is coming out next month, July 17th. So another 30 days, and that'll be another game for you to play on your Switch too. So to justify your $500 purchase. But I definitely think that game is gonna be fun and worth it. So
yeah, definitely. I'm excited to try it out. I don't know if I'll get a day one or not, but we'll see. We got so many games coming out.
That's content, bro.
There's
that's
so many
content.
games
You already a
out
Donkey
next
Kong
month.
fan.
Yo, what up, Bretts? Let's go, chat.
What game's coming out next month?
So
That's
next
gonna take your
month is
time.
the Destiny 2 expansion, the Edge of Fate is coming out in July. I think that one comes out in the beginning of July. So that, I mean, that's an expansion to a game that I've been playing for years that I'm gonna be playing. I don't know if I'll be able to have the time for Donkey Kong. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but you take it level at a time. You ain't gotta, binge it. You can be like, all right, I'm gonna play a level.
I'm a binger when it comes to games. Like Super Mario Wonder. When I did the stream for Super Mario Wonder, literally the next day I beat the whole game. And I'm talking about I beat the whole game with the secret level. Oh, you guys should see the secret level to freaking Mario. Did you play Mario Wonder?
No, I haven't played it yet.
Oh,
I need to.
Oh, do I have the clip of that? Oh, hold on, let me see if I have the clip of that. I need you to see how like insanely difficult that last level was. Like that shit was no joke. Like there was one part of the map where you were like invisible.
Oh, they had them challenged. Yeah, I think Wonder's the one with the elephant, right? The elephant power up.
Yes. Yes. It might be on a short. Let me find out I lost it. I would be so upset. That shit. Oh, maybe I didn't record it. And that would be, I don't think I recorded it. That's crazy.
Okay, real quick, while we talking about Donkey Kong and stuff, show us that video of your short with the gorilla.
Oh God, not the short.
So if y'all didn't know, there's some AI, new advanced AI that Google has that it's video, sound, and image, and what basically you can put in a prompt and come out with video that has sound and everything. And Angel was playing around with it, and he came up with this video. So let's check this out. While we on the topic of gorillas and Donkey Kong.
There's a legendary racer out here known for his speed.
Yes.
Whippa. I heard there's a legendary racer out here known for his speed. I got questions and maybe a challenge.
Diache! I found the one they call Papi. He started clapping my cheeks.
Dios mío. Papi found me. He's all oiled up like a F-wreck off. Wait, is he bricked up P right now?
Papi was huge. It was veiny. It slipped right in. I'm not even mad. I kind of enjoyed it.
Whippa! Whippa! I heard there's a legend.
Yo, don't stop it, cause that shit was hilarious. I kind of want to make more, but
that's wild.
This shit is so expensive to do, man. You only get 10 credits or 1,000 credits, which is 100 credit per render. So like you only get 10 videos, and if your video don't come out right, you gotta waste it and try to tweak it up to where it comes out right. And you know, there's a ultra version, which is 125 per month for the first 3 months, and it's $250 after that per month. And I mean, you get more credits and you get other like advanced features, but like if you want your videos to look like the freaking AI vlog videos, you need the ultra version, because the ultra version you can use images as references, so the AI will use that image as the character or whatever that you're trying to do the AI video on. And also they're only 8 seconds per clip, so you know, if you're trying to have them write say a whole paragraph, it's not going to work. It's going to get cut off. I learned that with my first video.
But isn't there like a $20 version?
I mean, I don't know, man. I think maybe the $20 version is the regular pro version.
Yeah.
But
so there's free trial pro, but the ultra costs a lot.
Yeah, the ultra one costs a lot.
Hey, maybe you get the pro. It's a little cheaper, but you'd still be able to play around with it a little bit.
Like it's called Flow. That's the VO3. And if I show you guys here, I don't know if it's gonna show my information. Let me make sure I don't show my information real quick first. Let's go to upgrade. Oh yeah, upgrade. Look at this. So to upgrade to the ultra, 124 for the first 3 months, and then 249 after that. And you get the whisk, which is image to video creation. You get the flow. You get everything that you need to actually make these AI things successful. Like don't mind my videos. I try to do one with the white yeti eating shrooms and shit. And then I only have one. I could do one more video. I have 170 credits left, which is crazy. Which is fucking crazy. And then manage membership. So I don't know which membership I have. Oh yeah, I have the current plan. It's $20 a month, and you only get 1,000 monthly AI credits. So you know, you only could make 10 videos per month with the $20 package.
Wow, that's not a lot
at all. It's shitty actually. But I mean, I'm having fun making these videos, so I might see, and I'll just try to do 10 videos, and hopefully those 10 videos are a success and not have to go run it back. But I'm still learning how to talk to this AI. Like it's not like Suno and ChatGPT where you can come up with a master track. Like the video generation is completely different. It's a whole different ball game.
But yeah, I know there's so much potential with this, so I might have to look into this too. But yeah, hopefully they come down on the price. But
well, according to some people, they're speculating with so many different like competitors coming for VO3 that you know, Google might tone down the price, and we might end up getting it for like $25 a month instead of over $100.
Yeah, because people already are paying. They got bills to pay, and also subscriptions for like Netflix and Hulu's and all of that. Like adding another AI subscription that's 120, that's kind of much. But or they need to make their $20 version a little bit more, you know, credits, and be able to generate more. But you know, it's new. I feel like in the beginning they usually, when it's new, they go up.
And you know how AI is. You know what I'm saying? You'll get the VO3 and you'll think that's the sexiest shit ever, and then they come out with VO4 comes out, and then VO3 is gonna be a lot cheaper, and you know what I'm saying? The same thing with Suno and shit. But see, with Suno, you're not paying more for each new version that comes out. Yeah. I think I don't know how much it costs for them to make a data center for this shit, and because obviously it's heavy computing and graphic power to be able to do shit like this. So I mean, they probably spent a couple mil on the end fracture of this, you know, VO AI stuff. But you know, hopefully AI stuff becomes cheaper and more accessible, because you know, at 125 a month or 250 a month, you're pretty much gatekeeping creators that could probably like do some off the wall shit with this AI video generator because it's just cost too much.
It's a rich man's luxury type shit. Like, yeah,
right. And you can see how the Yeti vlogs, how successful they're doing. Those people are making millions off of these AI videos. They're getting millions of views, like, you know, so they could justify paying the 250 a month because their content is
ad revenue.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. But hey, if everybody has it, then I don't know, it'd be oversaturated maybe.
True. That could be also a thing. But also because, you know, AI is fun and all, but you also got to know how to talk to it. So just because everybody's access to it doesn't mean they know how to talk to it to be able to create the videos that are going viral.
Yeah, there's gonna be, just like with AI right now, there's some people, they don't know how to really prompt, so then they put in the most basic shit and they get the most basic outcomes. But when you actually know, you know, how to prompt right and whatnot, you can get some, you know, more high quality things when you actually understand how it works.
Like you guys seen it, you know, off my gorilla video. The first one ended up being a certain quality, then it started gradually getting better on the second one, and then on the third one that shit became realistic. I'm like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about the AI also learning from what you're telling it to do at the same time. So, I mean, I would highly recommend, if anybody wants to get good with AI, now is the time to learn how to prompt, because eventually AI is going to take all of our jobs. So you're going to have to learn how to prompt these motherfuckers, or oh shit, you're not going to have a career. And
I think I've already seen something on Indeed where somebody was trying to hire a prompt maker or something like that.
Exactly.
So, hey,
you know, that might be a new career path, you know, if you learn how to talk to the AI.
But I will say, the last thing I'll say about Donkey Kong, I do like the fact that you can punch through the ground and grab chunks of rock. That's something I've never seen in the game. You know, the way that it's done in that. A platformer where you can grab the ground and surf on it and throw it, and you can punch through rock. It's almost like Minecraft, and people in Minecraft's like one of the most popular games of all time. So the fact that they're implementing some Minecraft type elements in the Donkey Kong makes it like, I think that's dope, being able to dig through the ground. But we got Nano showing up.
Yo, what's good, everybody?
I told you, didn't I tell you 11:30, Angel?
No, I mean, you were right.
Yeah.
We just got done watching the Donkey Kong Direct.
So this is the level that I was talking about, Wonder. That I did is literally labeled the hardest level in this game, and look at how like precise you have to be in the timing of this. And it literally took me a couple of tries to do this, but I've never felt so good in my life beating a fucking level of Mario than I did when I beat this level, because this shit took fucking skill, bro.
You know why I think that level was so hard? It's because of Super Mario Maker, because they had Super Mario Maker 1 and 2, and I think because of that game, Nintendo's like, yo, we got to step it up on our difficulty. So I feel like Wonder came out after Super Mario Maker 2, and I think maybe they implemented some of those challenge elements into this game. Have you ever played Super Mario Maker?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, some of those levels get crazy, but nah, yeah, I see you. Yeah, this definitely looks like.
Wait, this is not even the full thing. This is not even a full thing. This is more to it. Oh, all right, here. This is the full one right here. Yeah. This is like a full 7-minute fucking time trial that you have to do, and it's basically test your fucking badge skills. Yeah, this is it right here. And this is how it starts off, and you literally, if you die, you have to start all the way from the back.
Dang.
Like this shit, I'm not gonna lie, guys. if you saw me play this in the Discord when I was trying to beat this level, I kind of raged a lot. Rubro actually seen me do this, and he was like, "Bro, ain't no fucking way I would have raged a long time ago."
Yeah, that looks... Yo, is that where you streamed it, Discord? 'Cause I saw you looking at it too.
I think that's why they don't have a recording, because this would have been a great content to have in my channel of me beating this level, because this shit took mad skill. That's the one thing I like about Mario is their platforming secret levels. Because some secret levels, man, I don't know what diabolical mind did this, but yeah, these motherfuckers.
Bro, this is some shit. This reminds me of Super Mario Maker, bro. Yeah, now that I'm looking at this,
the way the level layout is and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you want to get all the collectibles in this map too. So if you're trying to do the 100% completion like I did, I'm considering have to fucking get all the coins that you see, all the secret areas, on top of actually completing the level.
Dang.
Like,
yeah, this looks like one mess up on the D-pad or something, and yeah.
I mean, Hot Pocket said he had to basically memorize this shit in order to beat it.
Dang,
and you gotta jump at the right time too. Like you see, like if one false or one early jump, you would touch that fucking lava and you're done. Oh, this one was rage inducing right here. Because you literally had to time the pellets that these things throw at you to jump on them. Shit is crazy, man.
Yeah, so I want to say, speaking on AI, I know we just got done talking about AI, but I guess it's a good way to segue into the next topic because it's also going to lead into some more games and some more systems. So, Angel, if you don't mind, I sent you a link to a video. Well, I sent you a couple, but the last one I sent you.
I got a question. So I was at work, so I don't know how many topics we got, but how are we looking in terms of time? Because I don't know if y'all still wanted to talk about the situation that happened, because I'm assuming we're still doing the music tournament.
Do we want to talk about that today, or we want to talk about that next week, or do we want to talk about that at all?
I mean, it's on y'all. I said I didn't care. Okay, so you want to save it till next week?
Might as well. I think the tournament takes precedence over that.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because I know if we get into that, that's going to be
because I feel at the same time next week we're not really going to be talking about much anyways, so that would be a perfect time to talk about it.
You say that and then something pops up.
Even if something pops up, Angel, I don't think it's going to be taking that much time as well. They just give us a bit more to talk about before we start the tournament, if anything.
No, I mean, I feel it. I feel it. I mean, is there anything that no one wants to touch on that we already talked about?
I mean, I guess in terms of like what you guys talked about, probably the only thing I really wanted to talk about was DK Bonanza. I think.
So we just watched. What was your take? What do you think about what you saw the direct?
So that was actually my first time watching the direct. And I'm not gonna lie, that shit look fire, bro. That shit look like it might be better than Super Mario Odyssey. Like,
so you guys,
I'm big into platformers, and that shit looked like, I don't know if did that shit have like a skill tree or something? Like,
yeah, that's one thing. Yeah, we can talk about. It has a skill tree. You can upgrade certain abilities and stuff.
Yeah, no Mario games I remember, no 3D Mario games I remember had a skill tree. So that's pretty dope. So,
yo,
Kid Pauline looks fire. The graphics looks fire.
This is the level I was talking about right here. You guys see how invisible you are? You literally gotta like navigate through the clouds to actually know where the fuck you're at. You know how rage inducing it is to get to the end of this level and knowing that you know, you can just fuck up just because you can't see where you're going.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. Kind of reminds me of a crash, you know. Kind of reminds me of Crash.
Yeah, the level of platforming in this and the level of sweatiness this level was. Yeah, I would never play this level again. Never fucking play this level again.
It's a very creative level, I'll say that.
But yeah, no, on the Bonanza part, yeah, that game looks very, very fun. That game looks very unique, and then also being a 3D Donkey Kong game, you know, that we haven't had since the Nintendo 64 days, and that's like what, almost 20 years that we haven't had a 3D Donkey Kong game.
Yeah,
that's kind of insane, and when you talk about it.
Yeah, that's a day one cop for me.
Now, which AI stuff that you talking about, Sammy?
The last video link I sent you, or in the group chat.
The Xbox plus AMD.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
At Xbox, our vision is for you to play the games you want with the people you want, anywhere you want. That's why we're investing in our next generation hardware lineup across console, handheld, PC, cloud, and accessories. I am thrilled to share we've established a strategic multi-year partnership with AMD to co-engineer silicon across a portfolio of devices, including our next generation Xbox consoles, in your living room and in your hands. Together with AMD, we are advancing the state of art in gaming silicon to deliver the next generation of graphics innovation to unlock a deeper level of visual quality and immersive gameplay and player experiences enhanced with the power of AI, all while maintaining compatibility with your existing library of Xbox games. This is all about building you a gaming platform that's always with you, so you can play the games you want across devices anywhere you want, delivering you an Xbox experience not locked to a single store or tied to one device. That's why we're working closely with the Windows team to ensure that Windows is the #1 platform for gaming. The next generation of Xbox is coming to life, and this is just the beginning. We can't wait to show you what's next.
That's a little teaser there. Speaking on next generation of Xbox, that only pretty much confirms the next Xbox is coming, and it's coming for PlayStation, and it's coming for Nintendo. I mean, they already got the Ally X. Now, the Ally X, I feel like, is a blueprint for their next gen console, which is going to be basically the power of a PC in your home. So you're going to have the Steam store. Everything that you're going to see in this Ally X is going to be in the new Xbox. I almost guarantee it.
Oh, Sammy, I hate to, do the console war real quick, but this has to be said now that Angel brought that up. Talk about Xbox might be coming up with a new console. Apparently, the president of Sony PlayStation was saying that they're already, eyeing, the PlayStation 6, which is wild because I feel like the PS5 just came out. Like, 2020, I guess? Crazy 5 years went by that quick, but, like, it's kind of crazy that Nintendo's late. Every single time Nintendo comes out with a new console, Sony and Xbox or Microsoft are always about to come out with something even newer. So, I think the PS6. I mean, they came out with the PS5 Pro. PS6 is crazy because it's like I feel like the PS5 hasn't even been really like fully utilized yet. So the fact that they're already talking about new consoles is kind of crazy. But I feel like the AI and increased graphics is like a new thing that they're like doing with like computers and consoles. So.
I mean, it is crazy. The consoles came out 2020, I believe, the PS5 and Xbox Series X. So we're at 2025, so about 5 years. So I mean, the next consoles might be unveiled next year, 2026, maybe come out 2027, or maybe they come out in 2026.
Is that why it got delayed? Like, right in time for GTA 6, new console.
You also got to think with consoles is consoles come out already outdated when it comes to hardware. So if you think about it, the PS5 and Xbox Series X, they're already outdated when it comes to power. Like even in the year 2020. Now we're in the year 2025. They're severely underpowered compared to PCs. So I mean, a new console coming out every 5-6 years, it is justifiable because they need to at least keep up with PC, or else their games are not going to be able to be on par, or at least similar to what you could play on PC. So, you know, the hardware on the Xbox Series X and PS5 is already so outdated that the new hardware is already needed, especially if they want to start messing with AI, DLSS, and all this other stuff that helps the PC games play at a high level at a higher frame rate.
Yeah, but I also don't think it's just the length of the console cycle too. I think it more so has to do with, I think probably this is my first time, you know, seeing PlayStation without much games.
That's facts. There used to be the meme that, oh, Xbox ain't got no games, but not like, to be honest, that was like the PS4, Xbox One era, because PS4 had all the games, so people used to joke Xbox ain't got no games. But to be honest, the PS5 really ain't had no games. Like I'm talking about true PS5 exclusive, ain't really had shit. Most of the stuff was like multiplats, like Fortnite or some shit, or Call of Duty. Or if it's not like a multi-plat game, if it was a PlayStation exclusive, it was a PS4 game, and the PS5 version was just an upscaled version of the PS4 game.
A remasters galore, man.
Oh, don't even get started on that.
Yeah, so I think people
PS5. Not gonna lie.
PS5. I had a PS4. PS4 sucks. PS5 is definitely a better console than the PS4. But the PS5 was kind of a waste because they didn't even really give us any games for the console.
The PS5 Pro was a waste. Instead of putting all those resources in that, they should have just found a way to like cut costs so they can fast track games coming out earlier.
Most of the games got delayed too. Like I think there's just like some game where there's like a astronaut and like some girl or something like that. That game keeps getting delayed by Capcom. Just like,
you know what's crazy is Microsoft didn't even need to do a pro console. They skipped the pro console entirely this console cycle.
I mean, they did do a pro console. It was a Series X.
No, Series X is their new generation.
No, that's just the base.
No, the base was the S.
No, the base was definitely
the S was the weaker version for people with a budget.
Yeah, the base. That's the base.
They came out at the same time. The Series X was the base.
Out at the same
I know, but that's why they did it that way. They did one console
that's like
for barrier to entry. Not really, because this was more like a barrier to entry console where you can just get in and start into next gen. The Series X was like the beefier version of the S, and it had more tools capable to it.
Yeah, but if you compare consoles, the PS5 and Xbox Series X are the ones that were on par with each other.
Exactly.
You know, so the true next generation console was the Series X because that was the one that was competing with the PS5. The Series S was just like their cheaper alternative for people that couldn't afford a Series X, but still want to, you know, have like the next gen, like, you know, feel to it and still be able to play the next gen games. But 100% Series X was the next generation of console. So they 100% did skip on the Pro. But then again, they didn't really need the Pro, though.
Saying that X was the Pro. That's why
it wasn't the Pro. But it wasn't the Pro. It wasn't the Pro. The X was their standard. The S was just the cheaper, budget-friendly version with weaker graphics.
The S was the standard. This is Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox, saying this.
I need to hear this.
You have to bring a quote.
Spencer don't. If Phil Spencer said that, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he's the fucking head of fucking Xbox.
Hey, Series S sold more than the Series X, so he didn't know what he was talking
I'm gonna need a source for that because I know that the S was not the base console. I know that for sure. It was the X. But you have to show me a quote. But we won't get stuck on that. But I will say, I do think the console. I don't know. I feel like this console generation didn't have the games that it needed to have for real. People had a hard time getting the console. People have already had a hard time getting the PS5. So the fact that the PS6 is about to come out,
and people gonna be scalping that PS6. You know, I don't even know.
I learned my lesson
because there are no games. There might not be no games. That's right.
Yeah, I think a lot of scalpers lost money because I think PlayStation lost money doing it the way they did, because it's like you release all these consoles, most of the people didn't have the console, and then you're wondering why nobody's buying games or getting subscriptions because the people you think have the consoles don't have it. It's just scalpers.
I'm gonna tell you the lineup for PS6. The Last of Us PS6 Upgrade Edition, God of War PS6 Upgrade Edition, Ratchet and Clank PS6 Upgrade Edition. That's gonna
Spider-Man
be the lineup.
fucking 3.
Yes, maybe you'll get a Spider-Man 3. You know,
and they'll get Wolverine.
Exclusive.
Wolverine is the true launch console title exclusive. Because that one did get delayed.
That's just ridiculous, bro. Like,
and then they're gonna say GTA 6 is a launch title for the console too.
So essentially, it's like what do we buy the PlayStation 5 to play? Ratchet and Clank, Returnal,
exclusive,
Astrobot.
You know, you're
I ain't gonna lie. Returnal was heat, bro. I love that.
Yeah, but when people think of the PS5 generation, like from start to finish, what games could you play? Returnal, Ratchet and Clank, and Astrobot. That's it. That's not much.
Oh, you got the other game. What's it called? Is it Death Stranding or some shit like that?
No, that was PS4.
Oh, that was PS. Damn, son. Fuck, so you really are chopping the ball, shit.
The PS5 don't barely got any exclusivity to play.
That's the biggest argument for Sony fans for the longest of times. We have all the exclusive games. You know, we have this and we have that. What do you have for the PS5? God of War, Spider-Man, Astrobot.
But those were the PS4 games that went over to PS5 as upgrades.
You know what the problem is? These motherfuckers keep releasing The Last of Us remake.
The Last of Us
like 5 of them, bro.
Edition, my guy. you think we're done? No, The Last of Us PS6 edition's coming out too.
Didn't they just re-release Horizon Zero Dawn or something like that?
Yeah, well, Horizon Zero Dawn got a and Horizon Forbidden West, as good as that game was, it was not a PS5. That was on the PS4 as well.
You know, look, these PS6 edition
Hold on.
that you're gonna get.
Let me get this straight. They couldn't give you guys a Days Gone 2, but they can do all these 3 different remakes and remasters of the same game.
Yeah, pretty much. You know what the issue is? I think even what do they call it? The gaming Illuminati talk about this. Black Hokage is Sony focused way too much on trying to, make games for PS4 players. So it was almost like, instead of just focusing on the PS5 hardware, they were like, oh, well, we got to make it backwards compatible. And I think that kind of ruined this generation. Is trying to make these next gen games for previous consoles. I think Jedi Survivor was another game where it was like, they were trying to make it for the PS4 and it kind of suffered, or it wasn't as good as it could have been because they were trying to make it backwards compatible. It's just like,
you know what that sounds like?
PS4 niggas are holding back gaming.
You know what that sounds like? It sounds like the PS5 was the true PS4 Pro at that point.
Yeah, pretty much. Real talk.
But you know what?
That's what it feels like.
But you know what?
It's people saying it's a remaster station, bro.
I mean,
remaster
remaster.
I do think
this isn't PS4 niggas' fault. It's Sony's fault for keep wanting to stick to the PS4. If they just said fuck the PS4 niggas would be forced to get PS5s, bro. But they keep trying to.
They couldn't. Because remember, their player base was split between PS5 and PS4. Half of you guys were still playing on PS4. And because part of the reason was the scalpers, but then also Sony didn't help themselves. They shot themselves in the foot, increasing prices on the consoles after they just said, "Oh, but we're making profit on the consoles."
I'm gonna be honest. If you still playing on a PS4 and you don't got a PS5 right now, that's your problem, bro.
I mean,
that don't got shit to do with scalpers, bro.
Yeah, they got to drop the PS4. Like Nano said, hey, if you ain't got. You're going to do some left behind.
If you look at the lineup for a PS5, and you have a PS4, can you really justify buying a PS5 right now when PS6 is around the corner?
It don't matter to me. I will never, for me, I will never own one console and completely skip the next console. That's not for me. Like, other niggas could do that shit, but I'm always gonna get the new console.
I mean, but I'm sure you bought yours damn near day one for the PS5, right? So I mean, that's justifiable.
I
for
think
you.
I got mine, and I think I got mine in like within the first 2 months.
Okay, so yeah, so you know that's justifiable right there. You got the lifespan, you know, but like right now, if you're thinking about buying a PS5, at this point, you might as well wait for the PS6.
Yeah, but then they probably gonna run into the same Skyrim problem
because they say the same thing about the PS5 Pro. If you don't have a PS4, I mean, if you don't have a PS5 and you're on the PS4 Pro or the PS4, might as well just go to the Pro.
The issue with the 6, it's gonna be so expensive. Because the Nintendo Switch basically said Nintendo Switch 2 was $500, and they saw that the scalp people were willing to pay $1,000 for a scalp PS5, bro. That and the PS5 Pro is $700. The PS6 is gonna be a grand. It's gonna be $1,000, bro.
All I'm saying is Sony really wants to get that momentum back. They gotta do something, because if this new Xbox ends up being how the Ally X is, and they have Steam on their platform, they have Epic Games Store on their platform, on the actual home console, that's gonna be a fucking problem for Sony, because Sony's not Steam is not gonna work with Sony if they're already working with Microsoft. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
what is Sony gonna do?
Buddy right now.
You know what they have to do?
I heard a rumor that if Gabe Newell was to sell Steam, they would sell it to Microsoft.
And just think about it like this too. Just think about it like this. Sony is gonna need to have a crazy exclusive lineup that's gonna make people want to get the PS6.
They're gonna have to buy out exclusive rights to GTA 6 for that to happen.
At this point, you know, I'm not here for no Ratchet and Clank remaster, Miles Morales remaster, and another Last of Us fucking remaster, which you know they're gonna do just to get those games.
I was gonna be Astrobot remaster.
I don't know
Astro
why
Playroom
niggas
remaster.
keep buying that Last of Us shit, bro.
It's like one of Sony's best games.
Bro, I got The Last of Us 1 and 2 when they came out, right? There was nothing about the game that was so special that made me want to buy the game 10 times over.
I mean, according to Toxic, he says The Last of Us best online shooting game. Fight me. So
what?
I guess Toxic was played online.
Okay, here I will admit, The Last of Us 1 online, it was extremely goated. I loved it. I have spent hella hours on it, and I actually think for people who played it, it was a great experience. But I mean, I think they try to bring that shit back with The Last of Us 2, and then they ended up scrapping it or something. Like, I don't know, bro. They just
Sony needs to stop fucking around and give people a true multiplayer exclusive. You know, we haven't had a true multiplayer Sony exclusive in how long? And I don't count their racing games as a multiplayer exclusive. Like, I'm talking about like a Killzone or something of a shooting game that's only available on freaking PlayStation. When are we going to get something like that? That's what they need to do in order for people to be like, yo, I need to get a PlayStation to play this new shooting game that I can play with my boys that are on PlayStation.
Nah, they need more than that, bro. They need everything, bro.
Third-party publishers ain't doing that no more with Sony because they're not making money.
Bro, these motherfuckers got fucking Jack and Dexter, and they still making The Last of Us, bro. Like,
they got Sly Cooper. They still making The Last of Us.
Sly Cooper. Well, Sly Cooper was made by Sucker Punch.
We need a Sly Cooper, not a remake, but like a sequel. We need a Jack and Daxter 4. You know, those are the type of games that Sony needs to pull out their ass and actually, you know, get on the ball game, because these are the games that made their platform and their brand popular back in the PS1 and the PS2 days.
If they showed fucking Jack and Dexter 4, everybody would go stupid crazy, bro.
I'm telling you.
Like, shit's crazy.
I would
like,
be mad hype for something like that, yo. I've been asking for a
Hell
Jack
yeah.
and Dexter 4 since the rumor Jack and Dexter 4 that never really happened.
Yep.
I don't
crazy,
understand.
man. Shit's crazy.
Why does Sony not do that though? Like, I feel like those games are popular for a reason. Why not?
Because
make a
niggas still be
sequel?
buying The Last of Us, bro.
Fuck The Last of
Bro,
Us,
niggas who keep buying The Last of Us, they don't understand they're the reason. This shit is fucked up.
Didn't The Last of Us come out on PS3?
Yeah.
So you're literally telling me
the first one.
You're literally telling me you're milking a game that came out in your PS3 era days.
Hey, at least they ain't milking out Uncharted, bro, because that could be worse.
You can't
Uncharted
make,
got 4 games.
You can't make a game that can be better than Last of Us that you just depend on that game. And that's not freaking Nintendo does the same shit. Nintendo remasters their game like from the Switch, from the Wii U to the Switch. We had a lot of remasters from that transition. So Nintendo does it too, but like I don't feel like, but they don't also depend on that. I feel like Sony's depending on all these remasters to keep their console going instead of making either sequels to their IPs or try to make a new one.
No.
Don't change what's not broken. Give us a true Jack and Dexter sequel, a true Sly Cooper sequel. All your mascots, bro. You're like literally like disregarding your fucking mascots.
You know what's so crazy, bro? These niggas, why does Nintendo take advantage of their mascots, but Sony does not take advantage of their mascots? Like, this makes no sense, bro. Makes no sense.
I mean, I'll give it to them for their Astrobot because that's technically probably their new mascot, and they did a great game for that.
Astrobot basically replaced Sackboy, bro. Because Sackboy was actually supposed to be the new PlayStation. Well, it was supposed to be the PlayStation mascot, but Astrobot is just like.
What happened to Little Big Planet? Like, did it just flop?
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really give it too much care since the PSP.
Pretty much. Do y'all know that Sackboy had a race? A Little Big Planet had a racing game.
Nope.
Yeah, I peeped that.
I played it. Well, I played a little bit of it, and it was pretty decent. But I don't know, man. It just
that showed you they were trying to compete with Mario Kart. That's what I'm saying. They need to come out with an Astrobot race. So Sony can really have their
racing. I mean, I can see that working if they include like all the mascots, like they did with the Astrobot, you know what I'm saying? Like have Ape Escape as one of the racers, Crash Bandicoot, Sly Cooper, Jack. Like I feel like that would be a fire kart racer.
Spyro,
It would be.
Tomb Raider.
Yep, you could put people from Final Fantasy in it and whatnot.
They have a lot of mascots, even though they might not be exclusive to Sony no more, but they still have mascots that Sony basically are the reasons, you know, they were a mascot. Like Crash is all obviously now multi-platform, but it started in Sony, you know what I mean?
Toxic said
they don't have to give a bad to Microsoft for that.
Toxic said if the fucking if they were to drop online for The Last of Us 2, that would be it for Speedstorm. And
that's crazy. And you know, Sammy, I just keep what you said. That is fucking facts. If Sony really wants another Crash Bandicoot, they have to go through Microsoft because they own Activision that owns the rights to Crash now. That's crazy.
They just dropped the Crash Bandicoot 4 into Game Pass.
That is crazy to think about, that one of Sony's mascots are now owned by Microsoft.
You know, actually, let's. I think a lot of Sony games are going to Xbox. I think I saw that Final Fantasy 7 and Final Fantasy 16 on Xbox. I think that's what they showed in the Xbox showcase. I'm like, how the fuck they got Final thing?
Square Enix has been making games for Xbox for the longest of time already, though.
Yeah, I think they were just timed exclusives.
Yeah, like do you remember GTA was an exclusive to PlayStation, and then Xbox came out and Rockstar released it on Xbox. Same for a lot of the games that used to be Sony exclusive. Remember, Devil May Cry used to be Sony exclusive. Now it's no longer Sony exclusive. Sony low-key had heat when it came to exclusives, and now they just went multi-platform.
Yep.
I think the issue with Sony not having much games this gen is that they put too much resources in games and then cancel them. So now for them to go back and try and make a game, like they don't really have the money to do that. And I think that's why they're doing all these remakes and remasters, because it's cheaper to do that and then fund other games. But like, how many times are people gonna buy the same game 3 times?
Your community is gonna, figure out what you're doing, and they're gonna call you out on it. They're already calling Sony out on that. There's a lot of Sony fans that are pissed that Sony is not making like either new games or, there's nothing to really play on the PlayStation other than the games that they already played on PS4 and PS3. Like they're already like low key on the verge of boycotting Sony because they're not really doing nothing. Like imagine the news of a new PlayStation. People are gonna like literally bash Sony and be like, "Yo, you're gonna make a new console when you can't even make new games."
Yeah, man, shit's crazy, bro.
Let me find out Sony about to be a publisher, not a hardware company anymore.
I mean, this is a great way to go into the next video. Honestly, I want to show you a reaction of the ROG Ally X, the Xbox ROG Ally X. Give me 1 second.
So the ROG is basically Xbox's handheld, so it's kind of like a Nintendo Switch 2 competitor. So Nintendo Switch is supposed to be a handheld hybrid, but the ROG is basically Xbox's version of the Switch.
And it's gonna be one of the first handhelds to have the new AMD Z1 Extreme processor. That's literally the only handheld. Like the original Allies only has like the step below that processor. So this new one is literally gonna be exclusive to Microsoft. I don't know for how long, but that Z1 chip
How long that partnership is going to
be,
be, because they said it's a partnership for multiple years.
Oh yeah, I guarantee you this transitions to their next home console.
I sent you the link to someone's reaction to the Xbox ROG Ally X,
Xbox handheld,
and he explains it very well.
Asus.
Like
it's
what it could do.
Xbox ROG Ally X. It has Steam installed, and yes, just to be sure, I was able to access my library and install Marvel's Spider-Man, specifically Miles Morales. The full quote I was given was, within the Xbox full screen experience, players will see your aggregated gaming library, giving you quick access to games from Xbox Game Pass, Battle.net, and other leading Windows PC storefronts. Yes, that did include Steam on the unit I played. Now I know.
Oh, a quick pause, because they did mention here in this video Battle.net, which means you can fucking play World of Warcraft on a handheld device. That's all I'm saying. All you MMO fans out there, you can play World of Warcraft on a handheld device. That's all I'm saying.
That's true.
I know my headline is a bit hyperbolic, but if this
and didn't they streamline the game already where you could kind of play it with a controller? It just hasn't have a console port yet.
Yeah, they kind of made it to where it is more controller friendly than what it used to be. It's still kind of janky, but I haven't played it since like there two expansions ago, so I don't know if they like, made it better or kind of made the process a little easier to switch from keyboard and mouse to controller. But that's still like good news. Like if you look at this like interface here, like the OS, like peep this, because this might be what the new Xbox is gonna look like too. Like that shit looks crazy.
First domino to fall in a new era of gaming that tears down the barriers of competition, and the handheld was pretty damn fun to play too. When you boot up the Xbox ROG Ally, you boot right into the Xbox game menu, which has been improved, streamlined, and is super easy to use. In terms of games, we had the chance to jump in and play Gears of War Reloaded, which I couldn't help but do immediately, and it was super smooth. Hitting the reload timing was no problem, it didn't spike the GPU or CPU, and the best part, it just felt like holding an Xbox controller. During a presentation we were given during this time, the team at Xbox let us know that this was key to them when creating the device. Long story short, they wanted it to feel like an Xbox, and they succeeded. The ergonomics, it just feels like a controller, and it's not too heavy. It also doesn't get overly loud. One point they made is that quiet mode should be the standard gameplay experience for both the ROG Xbox Ally X and the ROG Xbox Ally. The big thing the teams of Xbox at ROG have been working on is...
All right, I'm gonna pause it right here real quick because this kind of tells you the specs of each one. So for the Ally X, you guys are getting the new AMD Ryzen A1Z2 Extreme processor, which is the newest AMD APU processor, which also gives you 64 gigabytes of VRAM memory. I'm trying to know 24 gigabytes of VRAM memory is no fucking joke, because my GPU is a 5080 and I think my GPU is only 12 gigabytes of VRAM. So I want y'all to know that 24 gigabytes is actually really good, even though you're not going to get the full 24. I think 4 of it's going to be used for like the operating system, but it's still 20 gigabytes of VRAM. So you got a lot of VRAM.
If you want to, you could look at the article I sent you that actually has the specs on both of them, both of the SKUs. Like full specs.
On where?
Okay, so the articles above the Xbox AMD.
Oh, the
video.
everything on Xbox, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to let the video play, then we could talk about the specs.
Okay.
But like these are like the main things to really look at right now is the processor, which is the C2 Extreme, the VRAM, and then the internal storage, which is a terabyte, and then the Ally you use is just the regular Z2A. So the regular Ally is going to be weaker compared to the Ally X. So the Ally X is going to be the cream of the crop. Their main
like
baseline,
just like the Series S and the Series X.
Yeah, pretty much. Basically, yeah, this is the Ally S and this is the Ally X, if you want to put it that way. And then they're color coded to be that as well, which is funny. And also, peep, the Ally only has 16 gigs of VRAM compared to the 24 that you get in the Ally X.
Is ease of use, and having never held an ROG Ally, I think they succeeded. You press and hold the Xbox button to quickly zip between applications, or you tap it to bring up a bigger menu where you can track performance.
Yo, peep this too. This is actually kind of crazy. You can literally customize the way the hardware is running. You got the Windows mode, you got the silent mode, you got the performance mode, and then the turbo mode, and then they got a manual mode. So you can literally tweak the device to whatever you want it to do. If you want it to be silent, it's always obviously going to be a little bit weaker. But if you want it on turbo mode, 35 watts, you're going to get the full performance of all the hardware that's inside the Ally X. So this is a console, but with the freedom of fucking PC. That's crazy to think about.
Applications like Xbox, BNet, Steam, etc. And it all just makes sense. And they did mention that you could log in with a thumbprint, which is a really nice touch. Jason Beaumont, the VP of Experience at Xbox, told us a bit about how they're optimizing. He said that they're working to minimize background activity and defer non-essential tasks so that more system resources are dedicated to gameplay. One feature he highlighted was Play Anywhere, meaning you can use the console offline, easily go from console to PC to the cloud, and all your games will automatically sync. On the handheld specifically, you can also easily identify what has been optimized and what hasn't for the handheld, something Steam sort of standardized with the Steam Deck. So you can still search those other games, but they may not run as well. To incentivize you to buy on Xbox, they did tout Xbox Play Anywhere, which means you can buy a game once and get access to it on all platforms. The official line reads, Xbox Play Anywhere. With support for over 1,000 games, a single purchase means you can play with Xbox, including your progress and achievements across Xbox console, PC, and Xbox Ally at no additional cost. That's very cool. I do want to know what games are in that list, though. Diving in on details, here's what they told us. This is a revamped Windows 11 home experience on both handhelds to make gaming on the go smoother. Here's some of the details. The ROG Xbox Ally X runs on an AMD Ryzen AI Z2 Extreme chip. It has 24 gigabytes of memory. That's LPDDR5X 8000. It has a 1 terabyte of storage. That's an M2 2280 SSD. And it promises 900p to 1080p high fidelity graphics. On the more expensive model, there's a
So these are the speaking of specs, Sammy, these are the specs right here for the Ally X. You know, you get your Windows 11, which is a customized version, which I hope they will give us to us PC players. I will love a Windows 11 game edition where I don't have all these fucking Windows processing hogging down my damn PC. I will love to have a streamlined version of this on PC for Windows. But the memory,
Microsoft will do it.
Hot package, you may be right. The 24 gigabytes might be unified between RAM and VRAM. It's kind of the same way with the Switch 2. The Switch 2 uses the LPDDR5 memory as well on the Switch 2. But 24 gigabytes is a nice little amount of RAM to have, especially on a gaming handheld. 1 terabyte, you know, you get a 7-inch screen that's 120 hertz, 500 nits, and you get USB Type 4, USB 4 Type C. You have DisplayPort 2.1 in there. You have Thunderbolt 4 compatibility. You have a USB 3.2 connector in there. You got a micro USB reader to, you know, increase the memory. The battery is 80 watts or 80 WH, whatever that means. You have Wi-Fi 6. Your charger is a 65 watt charger. So, I mean, looking at these specs, I mean, this is probably right now when this launches will be the most powerful PC handheld out in the market right now.
I told Absent to save his money because this was coming. And when you dock this,
battery.
oh
This
my
is included
gosh,
in this model, the display is a 7-inch.
you pretty much have a
Full
PC
HD,
at that point.
1080p, IPS, 500 nits, 16:9, 120 hertz refresh rate, FreeSync premium Corning Gorilla Glass Victus with DXC anti-reflection glass. USB, it has one USB-C 4 Type-C with DisplayPort 2.1.
And I think like what they're doing right now,
it is compatible with Thunderbolt
they're gonna
4.
be
It has one USB 3.2
testing the
Gen 2
waters with
Type-C
this
with
to see
DisplayPort 2.1,
how they can
power
probably
delivery
optimize this
3.0.
for their
It has
console
one
hybrid that comes
UHS-2
out after
micro
this.
SD card reader. It has one 3.5 millimeter combo audio jack. Wi-Fi is 6E 2x2, Bluetooth 5.4, dimensions 290.8, 121.5 by 50.7 millimeters, and it weighs 715 grams. Both have the ROG Ally 65 watt charger stand. Now, they wouldn't tell us the price and they wouldn't give us numbers as to what battery life could be. However, at least one outlet said that current models with an 80 watt hour could go for around 8 hours. Well, the standard model could be closer to 5 to 6 based on this one website that I saw breaking down some tests. So let's talk about the ROG Xbox Ally. It has an AMD Ryzen Z2.
Well,
it has
before we go on the Ally, it's an APU with unified memory. Okay, so it is unified memory, but real quick, he says that the 80 watt on the Ally X can have 8 hours of gameplay. I believe on the Switch 2, playing a game like Cyberpunk on handheld, how long does it last? Like 5 hours, 5 maybe 6?
Well, he said the base was like what, 5 hours, and then the highest I saw on the list was like 8 hours. So somewhere between that range.
Yeah. So yeah, you know, the Ally X is also going to be one that plays at a high level, but also lasts playing at the high level with the 8 hours of lifetime on the battery.
That's kind of crazy.
16 gigabytes of memory. That is LPDDR
8 hours
5X
that you're able to play nonstop on a demanding game like that.
Also an M2 2280 SSD. The display
Yeah,
is
it's actually
a
pretty
7-inch
nice.
Full HD, 1080p IPS, 500 nits.
'Cause, like,
it has a 16:9, 120.
if you think about it, 8 hours, like,
FreeSync with premium Corning
you can
Gorilla
essentially
Glass
play that
Victus
till you go
Plus
to sleep
DXC
or something.
Anti-reflection included.
100%.
It has two USB 3.2 Gen 2
Like
Type-C
what? I guess you
with
charge it
DisplayPort
once,
2.1
but even if you
and
charge it
power
once, that's
delivery
another 8 hours you can get back
it
on
has
that.
one UHS-2 micro SD card reader. It supports SD, SDXC.
That's a
and
long-lasting battery.
SDHC.
Also, quick note, I do kind of find it cool that the game that's shown in one of these screens is Expedition 33. Just saying.
Game
That
of the year.
beautiful
Game of the
Expedition
year.
33 featured right there. That's all I'm saying.
It has one 3.5
isn't that the Game Pass
combo
hub? So
audio
it makes
jack.
sense.
It has Wi-Fi 6E
Yep.
2x2, Bluetooth 5.4, and its dimensions are the same as the other unit: 290.8, 121.5 by 50.7 millimeters. This one only weighs 670 grams, and this one has a 60-watt battery. And yes, it does include the ROG Ally 65-watt charger stand. Now, I haven't heard about X Gaming Mobile, but they tease that you could get up to an RTX 5090 laptop GPU with a gaming hub that allowed you to plug in your handheld to the TV or display of your choice. It's a nice handheld that, you know, beefs up the power of your handheld. It's similar to the Steam Deck, and you can basically use this as a full-on desktop at that point and plug it into a TV, add USB, DVI, Ethernet, etc. But I am curious about the power boost. I'll have to read more on that, but maybe you know more than I do.
That's also pretty nice to see that you can attach an external GPU on the handheld, so you could literally have a freaking nice desktop gaming PC at home and still be able to take it anywhere once you know if you need to go somewhere. So I mean that's also a neat feature. I'm not diverse in the external GPUs and how they perform compared to having it as a full-fledged PC, but that's nice that you be able to add extra power to a home console. Like technically you can never upgrade, you know what I'm saying? So you can technically upgrade this little handheld by getting an external GPU, which is crazy.
Oh, Angel, my question is then, do you think, from what you just said, with the new Xbox home console hybrid, that we just said earlier in this segment that consoles are always releasing outdated, but with this revelation, don't you think this is a way to keep consoles on par, so to speak, in terms of being caught up with the tech?
I mean,
because if you're able
it's
to,
a way.
Yeah,
it is a way. I say the only drawback is you're only able to upgrade the GPU.
So
and
not the
after so
CPU.
many years, the CPU might start, you know, lacking, and that's when you probably need a new home console if you're gonna do it this way. But I mean, it is a nice little feature to have, and if they introduce this with the next Xbox home console, people can literally, you know, have the power of a PC without having to pay 3, 4, 5 grand to do it. That's actually big. That's Microsoft's way of basically unifying home consoles with PC, and in a way where it gives you the customizability to be able to play high-end gaming like a PC gamer, but still only have a home console. That's actually kind of fire. I'm not gonna lie. Sony needs to like do something like this too if they're gonna want to compete with the next Xbox.
I heard they're making a handheld
Because
though.
everyone needs that AI.
Oh, that's another thing. PSP, I heard there's rumors Sony's working on a next generation PSP. But again, my problem, they need to make new games. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I want me to tell you why these.
Big
I want me to tell you why Sony and Microsoft are making the handhelds. It's because
Nintendo
Switch.
and the Steam Deck. The Steam
Well,
Deck too. I
look,
think the Steam Deck pushed Microsoft over the edge to get one themselves.
Possibly. But ultimately, I do think it's because of how successful the Switch is.
So real quick, Nick said someone tried to report him for talking about leaks in Discords outside of the official Discord, inside the official Discord. What?
Yo, the official Discord is just a bunch of babies, bro.
Yo, that is crazy. They're trying to out my boy Nick like that. It's crazy. Let me find out, Nick, you
I
the
don't
official
even
leaker.
understand how I can't even be in there no more. Like, it's just no reason for me to be in there.
Hot Pockets also said, I don't believe an external GPU is going to be viable. USB-C is so slow compared to modern PCIe buses. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. I'm not diverse into like the external GPU stuff, but I do know USB-C is getting better and better as the years go by and they upgrade the USB-C architecture. So, I mean, it might not be viable now, but maybe in the future, maybe they'll be able to up the speed to where it could be somewhere comparable to a PCIe, but obviously it's not going to be there. but at least it'll be similar to where it won't hit the performance as bad.
For example, you can ask it how to solve a problem and it'll do its best to find a solution. At least that's what they claimed. I didn't really get to try it out. So my overall thoughts. I think this handheld is exciting and could actually give the Steam Deck a run for its money. I think having a third-party partner will allow Xbox devices to play PlayStation games, and this strategy is actually laying the groundwork for what they do in the future. That's what I believe. It also felt really good to play. Like, I was already considering a PC-like handheld device, and if this comes in at the right price, I think they have a good shot of not only selling well, but also getting into the handheld market at a time when Nintendo seems to be locking it down a bit too much for my liking. But what do you think about everything I talked about today? Did you like the handheld reveal?
That's
Let
pretty
me know.
much it in that video. But hey, he said it, chat. He said it. He's like, you know, this is Microsoft answer to the Switch, and you know, a market that the Switch has been dominating for far too long, and we need Switch competitors. Microsoft might open that door, and then Sony follow through with the PSP, but Sony, I'm like, I always said PSP was ahead of its time. The PSP was the true first handheld before, you know,
That's my favorite handheld console,
aside
bro.
from the Game Boys that were out back in the day. PSP was the next, you know, big handheld, and I feel like it was ahead of its time because they had the right idea. That was literally the Switch, but PlayStation format, and it just died down. I don't know what happened, but you see the
I think
Switch
it was
doing
the
good.
PSP Go that kind of killed momentum for the PSP, because the first three models of the PSP 1000, 2000, 3000 were all good. Then they went with the PSP Go, was like, and that was like a Wii U situation. And then the Vita came out, which was like the true successor for the PSP. But at that point, the damage was already done. And it's like people kind of was like, okay, PS Vita, but you know, we just came from PSP Go, so.
Right. So whatever Sony decides on how they're gonna do the next PSP, I feel like Sony just needs to worry about trying to figure out how they're gonna make more games and stop Last of Us again. We don't need another Last of Us remaster, please.
Unless it's gonna be an actual sequel.
Like,
then
yo,
okay, but
Sammy,
like-
Sammy and Nano, the Last of Us handheld edition. Oh my god.
Oh man, bro.
They definitely gonna do that, bro. You already know that's gonna be a day one.
But if you know if they do
already
that, they're gonna do that for
prepping.
other games too. The Horizon handheld edition, God of War handheld edition, Spider-Man handheld edition.
Man,
They're gonna
Sony's
be
cooking
milking
themselves
that
at this
handheld,
point.
bro.
Like, they're literally cooking themselves.
Astrobot handheld edition. You know, they're gonna be going crazy with it.
I actually think Astrobot handheld edition would be fire.
It'll probably be a
I
better
wouldn't
game,
have
too.
I wouldn't have a problem with that because they never did that with Astrobot, and it makes sense.
Right, it's still new, you know, still on the PS5. So like that would make sense. But another Last of Us definitely does not make sense. Or, you know, Uncharted handheld edition. Like, you know, we done played these games back in what 10 years ago. Okay, you don't need to replay them again.
Wasn't there an Uncharted on the PS Vita?
I think so.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so. And look, see the thing with Nintendo though is they know what games to remaster or remake, and they carefully plan this shit. You don't sit there and see Mario Odyssey, you know, being, you know, remastered or whatnot. You know what I mean? So like for example, what I've been asking for the longest time, a Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, 3 remake, like something like that would move numbers for Nintendo. Sony, if y'all gonna remake something or remaster something from like the PS1, PS2 era, your golden era, like, you know, not something that was from PS3, PS4, and PS5.
Speaking on games, I mean, the last bit of Xbox stuff was the showcase that they did. I know Caleb sent in a playlist that has like all the games that was listed in the showcase. So we could check out the more interesting ones and talk about those.
Speaking of remakes on PlayStation, wasn't Tony Hawk Pro Skater originally on the PlayStation?
Oh,
They just dropped that into Game Pass. They remade those games.
Speaking,
The remake of
speaking of
PlayStation
lost
3
freaking
and 4 is on
exclusives.
Xbox.
Tony Hawk was that game. Like I said, PS1 and PS2 era, they had exclusive games that were fire, like mad fire. What happened, Sony? Like, really, what happened? Because at this point, what is the last great PlayStation that you guys remember in the era, other than 1 and 2? Because we know that's the golden era. Like, was it 3 or was it 4?
It was 4 because Microsoft was in their bag with the 360 when the PS3 was out.
That's a fact. And then they kind of dropped the ball with
And
the Xbox
the
One.
PS4 actually sold a lot.
Yeah. I think the PS4 sold more than the 3, did it not?
Yeah,
the 4 sold the 4 sold almost as much as the 2.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because the PS3 had that controversy.
Yeah, it was like $800 on release.
Yeah,
$600, something like that.
$600 on release, and they try to do something new with their microprocessor and the PS3, and a lot of developers didn't know how to make games for that cell processor. So a lot of ports, took a lot longer for PlayStation because of that. So like they took a chance on a new architecture, and I think that kind of dropped the ball on them, and it lost a lot of money on the PS3. Like they low-key, I believe I read somewhere that in the PS3 era, they almost like shut down PlayStation because they were losing that much money.
Yeah, man.
I will say, when it comes to these Xbox showcase, the one thing that stood out to me was solo leveling. Apparently, there's a solo leveling game coming out on the Xbox.
Oh yeah, solo leveling. I gotta see this. I'm sorry.
Better play that so you don't get spoiled, Caleb.
No, Caleb, you're gonna get you're gonna get spoiled, man. Watch it. What?
Well, I don't know what I'm looking at, so.
No, Nano's gonna get spoiled.
Actually, yeah, Nano might actually get it.
I mean, I already saw it, so
you saw season 1?
No, I'm talking about I saw the showcase.
Oh wait, hold on. No, this is like spoilers. Even like
this is spoilers, bro. Caleb, you're toast.
Shit, bro. I'm already looking at that motherfucker. I'm like, yo, hold on. We're not even at that point yet. Like,
yeah, Caleb just got spoiled, bro. Told you to read the manga, bro.
Damn, Caleb. You can't dodge it, man. They keep fucking you up, bro.
Hey, you mentioned the solo leveling. We indulged.
Caleb. Okay, it's like fuck.
oh my god,
Why would they do this? They didn't have to do all this.
Oh my god, yo, they spoiled this whole fucking series.
Damn.
Oh shit, that's crazy.
I like the fact that it's 4-player co-op.
Me and Sammy knows all these forms. So I'm like, it's crazy.
I'm not even looking at it right now, so I don't even remember what happened.
Yo, Caleb, did you watch this whole trailer? I just want to know.
Yeah.
I just want to know, did you watch this whole trailer?
I wasn't paying too much attention.
Okay. Yo, cause I watched this and I'm like, yeah, this is like spoiler central. Like they should have for this trailer.
Yeah, they should have said the disclaimer. Yeah.
Because motherfuckers that watch the anime but don't watch the manga, they see that they're like, I don't remember this form, or I don't remember all this. It's like, what the fuck am I watching?
Is this the next season?
That
oh
is
man,
crazy. Damn, Caleb.
Wait, hold on. Doesn't Sony own the rights to solo leveling?
Sony, no.
Yeah, because isn't Crunchyroll the one that's making it exclusive, and doesn't Sony own Crunchyroll?
I don't think Sony owns Crunchyroll.
Yeah, they do. They bought all 3 of them.
Persona coming to Xbox? God damn.
Yeah, Reloaded or the remaster.
That's another Sony exclusive.
But I don't know if that meant that just because the anime is shown on Crunchyroll and they make a game that
and Crunchyroll don't own those.
But Sony's the one that fast tracked the anime to come the second season of the anime to come in 6 months.
Yeah, but it could be different with the game though.
Okay.
So what?
So I
What
thought
are
they would have
some
had the
of
rights
these
You
to that.
gotta.
games
I mean,
that
you
you guys
gotta
are talking about?
remember, it's still like somebody still made the webtoon, and they still gotta
Yeah.
A-OK everything.
Yeah, that's a Korean anime. That's not necessarily Sony didn't
Yeah.
make that. But I will say on the Xbox, they did also show that there is going to be, for all my Invincible, there is going to be an Invincible fighting game. So if you like your Street Fighter, all of that jazz.
Dope. That was pretty dope.
Yo,
I mean, are there any
Ninja Gaiden
games
4
that you
crazy,
guys are
man.
like?
It's my mission.
So you have to Ninja Gaiden, put on the Invincible.
Ninja Gaiden 4? Damn.
Yes,
you
man.
can-
They
you
brought
used to
back
be
the Dark
tough,
Souls.
man.
They brought back Dark Souls.
What? Drop it down. Oh yeah, Ninja Gaiden, yo. Oh my god. I haven't played a Ninja Gaiden game I think since like the 360 days.
Ryu, there's something I need your help with.
The Dark Dragon is mine. Play it day one with
We'll
Game
see.
Pass.
That shit look clean.
Oh, and we can play it day one with Game Pass. That's it, bro. That's it. That's it. Then you got the Invincible. Let's see what this is looking like.
This is ridiculous. Please, come on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Expedition might have some comp with a Ninja Gaiden 4.
No, it's not, bruh.
Had enough yet?
No, Dad, not even close.
I hoped you'd understand why I had to do this. Accept our rule or die.
I'd like to propose a third option.
I wonder if this is gonna have stuff all the way up to the show, or if it's gonna like go to the comics.
I'm the guy who's going to throw you off this planet for good. I'm
Probably the show.
I trusted you!
Ready to bleed? This is over.
You know what's crazy? Like the opening reminds me of Injustice or like a Mortal Kombat. But I heard the studio that was behind this is the same studio that made Killer Instinct.
Yep, so this game gonna be extra fire.
I just don't know about the roster because it only looks like they're showing us 6 people. Hopefully they got a more
Trust me, Invincible got niggas, bro.
Okay.
Wait, have you watched Invincible before?
No, I haven't watched it.
Okay. Yeah, it got characters.
Okay. So
yeah.
Invincible looking kind of nice. Especially if it's from the creators of Killer Instinct. Like Killer Instinct was, I don't play fighting games, but Killer Instinct was probably one of my favorite fighting games back in the N64.
It looked good for what it was, but I kind of wish it was like a 3D arena fighter. But
yeah, looks lit, man.
kind of tired of 2D games.
Caleb said he gonna be a.
Yeah, but the arena fighters don't really do good. Like, what was the last arena fighter that did good? Not named Naruto.
And the Storm, Sparking Zero.
Okay, Sparking Zero, Naruto. But
J Stars.
Those are the only.
Or Jump
J-Stars?
Force.
No, Jump Force didn't do good.
It might have bad reception, but they sold well. But I think the issue isn't arena fighters. It's just that, they put a company puts in a good quality time or like effort. I feel like there could be a good arena fighter game.
Killer Instinct was a fire game though, so I actually think Invincible will do pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like we need more fighters in the genre because
I mean, look at you talking about Demon Slayer, Ninja Storm, like all of those arena fighters.
Yeah, but the Demon Slayer one didn't do that well. The My Hero one didn't do that well.
You got any stats?
Like in terms of sales, they didn't sell as well as they should have. Especially Demon Slayer, riding off the hype of that the hype that it had in the anime community, it should have sold.
They coming out with if they got made enough to come out with multiple.
Oh, so quick update. Tony Hawk Pro Skater was not a Sony exclusive. It came out in the 64, Game Boy Color, Dreamcast, N-Gage, and Brew.
Okay.
I feel like most people play Tony Hawk on the PlayStation though.
Yeah, I mean technically they did because Dreamcast was a flop.
It came out early.
And N64 wasn't competing with PlayStation when it came to graphics.
Nah.
And you got the good Final Fantasy 7 coming to Xbox. So that's good. Xbox players been waiting 5 years to be able to play this game on Xbox. Jesus.
Hopefully they drop it on with a discount.
What's
I mean, I still think it's good though. Still some more people that are able to play it.
Oh, brother. They're skipping Modern Warfare and everything else and doing another Black Ops. That's crazy.
Didn't the last one do good, though? Black Ops?
I mean, it did good because it's on Game Pass. Let's be honest.
That's also true.
Let's be honest. That shit's on Game Pass. So, like, anybody that wouldn't spend $60 on Call of Duty said, fuck it, it's free. So, let's play it.
They got Reloaded on there. Oh, so the thing about the Reloaded thing that happened for me, so essentially anyone who had Gears of War Ultimate Edition already was gifted the game for free. Microsoft and Xbox was like, yep, here's a code for free. When Reloaded drops, you got it for free.
Oh, yeah, so I'll get it for free on Xbox then because I got the Ultimate Edition.
Yeah, they should have sent you a message with a code in there.
I might have to check my email somewhere. I mean, it don't really matter. It's going to be day one Game Pass anyway. So, I mean, it really don't matter.
Yeah, I said the same thing when I saw that. I was like, but this is going to be day one.
Oh, but you know what? You could give that code to somebody else, though.
I already used it.
This
Damn, so you just said fuck everybody else.
Right. You could have gave somebody a code that don't have Game Pass. That's crazy. You could have gave it to one of your buddies to be able to play the game with you.
Nah, but when I thought about it, I was like, okay, I could give it to somebody, but I was like, I don't really play all the same games with all my friends on Xbox, so it doesn't even make sense trying to give it to somebody. But and then when I thought about you guys, I was like, oh yeah, they can redeem it. But now I was like, wait, you can only redeem it on the Xbox store.
Yeah, they don't got PlayStation. They only got PlayStation. I have everything, but like I also have a code, so I might give it to somebody because I don't play on an Xbox. So I'll play it on PC.
Yeah, the beta's out right now.
I think it's gonna be lobbying up.
Yeah, we can lobby up.
Bro, this is also coming on PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit, let's go.
I'm not gonna lie, I see a couple PlayStation reactions like of people playing this that solely play PlayStation, and it wasn't looking so good for them on the multiplayer.
What you mean?
Like they didn't know what they was doing. Like they were running around like a chicken right at his head. I was like, oh shit.
Man, you telling me Sony fans don't know how to play multiplayer games? Damn, it's crazy.
I don't know. Caleb was saying he's a Gears guy, so Caleb, when we lobby up, man.
Let me find out, Caleb. You a Gears of War fan, but you on PlayStation. Let me find out. Like now.
Look who decided to show up.
Nah, I think this is gonna be.
I don't even know. I don't even think I'm gonna be getting this on day one though.
What? I mean, you did get Space Marines day one, and you didn't finish it. So I don't.
We didn't finish it.
Don't be lying to the people, Nano.
Looks like they upgraded.
Yeah. As much as I would want to get it on day one, you know, I got priorities.
Yeah, you see that money for Sonic World.
Hell no, I gotta get DK Bonanza, man.
This guy.
This is gonna be awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think this was an Xbox 360 game, and look how good it looks.
Yep.
Damn, imagine an Xbox showcasing showing the PS5 logo right there. That's kind of crazy. That's crazy. Xbox, PC, Steam, PlayStation 5. Finally, something.
At least it is no PS4.
You have a PS5, you can actually play a good game. It's not an exclusive, but you guys get to play a good game now.
I think the biggest takeaway from that was no PS4 logo, so you know it's not going to be held back because of PS4.
No, definitely not. This is gonna be a great game to you know, for you PlayStation players that don't really get to play, you know, multiplayer games with the exclusives. You know, unless you want to play Last of Us multiplayer, you know, there's always that.
Wasn't there online? What was it? I think they were making a Last of Us like multiplayer shooter or something like that.
At this point, I don't even think Sony knows how to make multiplayer games anymore, unfortunately.
I mean, they still have Destiny, so.
I mean, but they
granted
never
Bungie was
owned
making
Destiny. Now they do, unfortunately, but you know, it was never an exclusive.
And now Marathon is like getting delayed. I don't know what's gonna happen with that game.
Bungie needs to stop fucking around with Marathon and just focus on Destiny.
Oh, Grounded 2 looked good.
Where do you see Grounded?
I saw Nano playing Grounded the other day.
Oh, Grounded 2.
Yeah, I was playing with Pro, his girl, and his cousin.
I told you, you can't run from me, you foul beast.
They look grounded.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, hold on. Hold the fuck on.
What?
Is this nigga's name Yoked Girth? What? What?
Oh man.
Yoked Girth.
Sound like Sammy's favorite character, man.
Yo, let me find out, Sammy. Let me find out.
No, man, Nano was playing yesterday. He said he was having fun.
Hey, yo, like, what is this, bro? Look at this. Why is he pumping the toy, bro? Like, look
I don't know. You gotta ask Nano. He was just in the game the other day.
Bro, chat.
Yeah,
like,
wait,
what is
supposed
this?
to be a game? Is this High on Life? High on Life 2.
What is this? This man
yeah,
over
they
here
did
cowgirl
High on Life 2 as well.
position. Like, what is going on?
And Outer Worlds 2. But did you see the Clockwork, Clockwork Revolution game?
This is shit, bro. It's Grounded.
Yeah, that looked dope.
Like,
yeah, that looked like BioShock. Clockwork Revolution.
Yoked Girth.
Yeah, it kind of does.
And he's doing a split. This is how you start off a Grounded 2 trailer?
He's yoked.
Yo, I'm done.
Action figure can ride anything.
Whoa, yo, this trailer is sus, bro. This nigga said I could ride anything. Yo, look at this.
Relax, the Yoke action figure can ride anything.
It can ride anything, chat. Yo. Yo.
Man, I'm about to get. Yo, Angel's about to take me out, bro.
At Brook Hollow Park, chaos descended on a ceremony commemorating the 2-year anniversary of when 4 teenagers were miniaturized
Oh man,
against
for
their
once
will
it's not
to
Caleb.
fight for their survival in the backyard of a deranged
What you mean by
scientist.
that?
Formerly evil
Caleb always be
company
killing me with the
Ominous
jokes, man.
Practical Technologies was set to dedicate a statue of the
I'm
4
not gonna lie,
teenagers
Angel. I
as
didn't
the
even
science
notice that
robot
person's
Burke
name.
Me
was
either.
conducted
I
when
watched the
an
trailer like
explosion
twice.
erupted. Dr. Tully and the teenagers
Yo, why do I gotta point shit out like that? I just seen this shit says yo girth. I'm like, yo, hold on, like we're not gonna just fly past that like casually.
I don't
Like,
know, man. You might have an eye for shit like that, man.
I'm a sussy motherfucker, so I guess it
That's
works.
wild.
I mean, yo,
Caleb
we
was
know,
about
bro.
that
yo,
voice.
I mean, that man said he could ride anything. That's all I'm saying. Man said he could ride anything. I don't know what that entails, but
For 100 mil? For 100 mil?
For 100 mil, damn, yo, it got me thinking. What? Pause. Hey, yo. Whoa!
Yo, this man Angel gonna be on the Diddy trail.
Shit, man, gonna be like the gorilla.
Nigga be like, "Wait,
That shit was veiny.
You was there too."
Yo.
You gotta keep them separated.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna hit him with the line like, you know, I'm not even mad. I kind of enjoyed it.
Oh shit! Wait, so it's coming out this summer?
Well,
I thought it was next year.
I think it's only coming out for Xbox first.
I will say the graphics is a lot better than the first one.
That means it's going. Oh, okay, so it's going game.
Yeah,
I'm
they
crazy.
said this one's gonna be much bigger than the first one.
And the first game was already big already. Pause.
Hey, yo, see, I'm the only one.
Did you play this, Sammy?
Yeah,
Or the first
I
one?
got it.
Did you play it?
Yeah, I was playing it when it was in early access on Xbox. I bought it day one. Nah, because when I was playing it was early access, so then I was waiting for the game to be full release.
Hey, yo, all I'm saying for this Grounded 2 coming July 29, 2025 to game preview. So yeah, essentially the game preview is coming out this year.
Yeah, it's gonna be early access again.
So to game preview? That means it's just like
It's like
not
early
the full
access.
game.
No, it's not the game. It's like a beta to the game being full release.
Yeah, it's like a preview to the game, basically.
Yeah.
All I want to know.
So it's the full game right now, but it's not the full game, if that makes sense. Like it's not the full retail release.
So it's like an
This is
early
what
access
the
type of
game
deal.
so far. Yeah.
But I want to know one question. Am I gonna be able to play as Yo Girth? That's all I want to know.
That's wild.
I want to
I
play
don't
as
know,
Yo
man.
Girth. That's all
I
I'm
don't
saying.
think you're gonna be able to play his.
Man wants to write anything.
Yo, I'm saying that's a missed opportunity because yo, that Yo Girth, yo, that commercial before the game trailer like that was fire. So I mean,
Who knows? Maybe you get a skin for him.
I'm saying a skin where you could spread your legs and ride anything. I mean that's crazy.
wild.
Nasty work, bro.
Oh shit! It looks
So
good,
you gonna be
though.
playing
It
this
looks good.
Nano?
If it comes to
comes out?
PlayStation, yeah, I already said I would play it with the pro, his girl, his cousin.
Yo,
Did you play this game, Caleb? Grounded?
Damn,
Caleb said he
here.
don't even know what a grounded is.
Yeah, Nano's trying to play as Yo Girth. What you talking about?
That's wild.
Nah, man, I'm good, bro.
True Nano?
Nah, man, I'll play as Max.
Oh
Max
yeah,
with
I
Mars.
tried it out. I played on the Xbox. I tried
They,
it out.
they came out with the other one too, Small Lands. That's kind of like similar too.
What's another good game to like from this showcase?
There was a lot of them. There was Clockwork Revolution, Persona, but that was a
y'all,
remake. Wu-Tang Fallen Feathers.
That Odyssey game. It's like a horror game. Yeah, it's and
Oh, the
I'm not
vampire
ta-
game too. Don Walker, I think, or something like that.
I forgot the name. It was Odyssey something.
I'm looking for Odyssey. I don't see Odyssey anywhere.
Odyssey.
No, it's the Odyssey is like, or no, not Odyssey. It's like Chronos.
Oh, Chronos.
something.
Chronos. Yeah,
Oh
Chronos.
yeah, I did see
We
that
just
somewhere.
we just
Hold on.
passed it.
Where did it go? Where did it go?
It's like a guy with a
Chronos,
helmet
The New
on. Go up.
Dawn.
Yeah, that shit look fire, bro. I'm a huge Dead Space fan.
Yeah.
And
Didn't they say it was the makers of Dead Space that made this?
I don't believe so, but it's a similar. It looks like a similar game. Like if you fuck with Dead Space, you'll probably fuck with this game.
I have encountered an unprecedented orphan. It was in a state of suppressed recomposition.
The behavior pattern of the orphans populating the area is highly unusual. They become exceptionally aggressive.
It is highly recommended to proceed with caution.
They seem to act more consistently, in coordination.
Destroying the nest is now a priority.
Such is our calling. Such is our calling.
The Chronos. So, let me ask this: we watched the state of play. We watched the Xbox showcase. Was showcase one? Was it Sony's or was it Xbox?
Xbox for me.
The Xbox one. Because they actually had a game that was coming out for the console. Like they had games from their own studios coming out for the console. And every game that I saw was pretty much a banger.
Mm-hmm. And Xbox even had games that are also coming out on PlayStation and stuff. I'm also looking forward to Code Vein 2. I was a big fan.
Oh yes, that too. I don't know, Angel, if you know what Code Vein is, but it's like an anime game.
Yeah,
It's basically it's anime Souls.
Pretty much
it's anime Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Yo, what up,
I know
Cowgirl?
Caleb's gonna be like, "Oh, you guys are so biased with the anime games."
I mean, anime's the shit, man. Tony Hawk's 3 and 4 is gonna be crazy.
It was good. Absent was good. Cowgirl. See y'all in the chat.
How y'all doing? Thank you for joining us.
Supported, I see.
Oh, is Wu-Tang Fallen Feathers not in here?
Yo, they showed a lot of stuff, man.
They did.
This got 524K views. This must be a very popular game that they showed.
Which one? Clockwork
Beast of
Revolution?
Reincarnation.
Oh, is that the one made by Game Freak? The one that makes the Pokemon games?
Oh,
yeah, it's this one.
Yeah,
I don't know. The frames in this trailer looked like it was running at 20 frames per second at some points. I'm not gonna lie. They gotta fix like the optimization, even right there.
That is a game-free game. Oh, not the fire music. Oh, shit.
封じ後エマ、お前こそが輪廻の獣を滅ぼす刃となる。
Yeah, this shit look cold.
Hey, yo, Game Freak, I got a question for you. How you gonna make a fucking game like this, but you can't even make a good Pokemon game?
Yeah, I think the reason why people are excited for this game is because Game Freak is notoriously known for just making Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm
But, like,
excited to see what they can do with it on a game that's not
Aren't you kind
Pokemon.
of
Like,
scared?
why this
if
shit
it's
look
not
fire?
Pokemon, and then the game doesn't do that well either because like optimization as well.
I mean, this goes to show you as well that Game Freak is not
This shit
used to
look
making
better
games
than
on
any
the better
Pokemon
hardware.
game I've ever seen.
The graphics is amazing, but if this game, like performance-wise, doesn't come to part to how visually good it looks, that will tell you that Game Freak is just not used to making games on good hardware.
Optimized,
You
yeah.
know what I'm saying? And
Because
they're not good at
you saw what I
optimizing
was
shit.
talking about, right? You saw the frame drops, right?
Yeah, I peeped a couple of like scenes where like it was stuttering and it looked like it was at
Yeah,
like 30 frames
at
per
20,
second.
15 frames. Yeah, you
Yeah,
gotta
it
get
definitely
that
has to be
fixed.
better optimized. I mean,
I
they
mean,
got
they got a whole year
this was
because
cool
it's coming
too,
out
and-
in 2026, so this could be like an early
That's
like
true.
build.
Hopefully.
Okay, and that looks fire.
And it's Game Pass. It is Game Pass, so I might check it out. But
Hey, if it's on Game
you know,
Pass, it's me.
if I see reviews and they're saying like there's drops in frames and stuff, I don't know if I can play a game like that.
Super
And
Meat Boy 3D has 700k views. What the fuck is this?
It's a platformer.
They got
You know
me
what?
at Super Meat. Just saying.
Hold on, you never heard of Super Meat?
You never
Boy
played
before?
Super Meat Boy
I've never
before?
played Super Meat Boy, but
It-
why?
it started
why
off as a
does it
2D
have
game,
the
though.
freaking pipe like Mario? What is going on here? Is this Xbox
Yup.
Mario?
Yeah. When I saw the pipe at first, I thought that was a Mario game coming to Xbox. I was like, what?
Why does nigga look like anger? Let me find out. Oh, it's definitely a platformer. Okay. This looks rage-inducing. These levels look crazy.
Yeah, originally Super Meat Boy was mainly a 2D game.
This looks like you can do co-op, and it looks like you can have a lobby of a lot of people.
This would be an interesting game to play. Okay, Super
Yeah.
Meat Boy 3D,
Game
baby.
Pass.
Cowgirl said, I can't wait to stream tonight. Got something to discuss. Oh, shit, Cowgirl. What are you going to discuss?
Yo, Absent asked if we're not talking about this situation today
Wait, where do you say that at?
in our chat.
Oh,
Not the Twitch chat, but the team chat.
The Dawn Walker trailer, you should play that one. That was good. We're finally getting a good vampire open world RPG game. Until Blade comes out.
Yeah, Absent. If you weren't here, we decided that we're probably just gonna talk about it next, or save it for next week. Because I think there was like a lot of stuff we were gonna talk about this week.
Yeah, low-key, I don't even know. We still got the music section, but I don't know. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Like, we might not be able to do the music thing already because that shit alone is gonna take 3 to 4 hours. And we're gonna be up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Shit.
Yeah, might have to just save
the music
situation and the music
I
thing.
mean,
for
we could
next
do
week, man.
we could do 16 rounds. I don't know if we could do a full 32.
No, shit,
Are
even
we supposed to do
16.
32 if we start?
Yeah, I feel like we should
What
keep
happened?
the 32 format just to get it done quicker. it's just we need to. So I mean, if we do postpone to next week, we should just make sure we focus on one or two topics on Speedstorm and just go right to the music thing, and that's it.
And fuck Speedstorm, bro. There ain't nothing to talk about. Speedstorm.
Well, the only thing we want to talk about is the duels.
It wasn't
Cup.
me.
That's it. The duels cup for Speedstorm will be the only thing to talk about next week, and then after that it's fair game.
I gave my opinions on the game, Nano. I told them the game is on life support, and I said, just wait till September. That's the Speedstorm you need to play.
All right, so what we could do is next week we could talk about the duo tournament, then we could talk about the situation that happened, and then we get to do the tournament.
I guess if we're gonna do it that way, we're gonna have a lot of time. We might even be able to pump out 64 songs.
Ain't no
No,
fucking way,
bro,
Sammy. Ain't no
because
fucking way. Sammy, 32 takes 3 to 4 hours.
Yes, bro, that's just a long time, bro.
Hey,
and
man,
if we
you never
start
know.
an extra 32, it means we gotta commit.
Hey, if we start at exactly 8 o'clock, and we do
know
all
that's
of
not
it,
gonna happen.
Hold on. Let me just say it, man. If we start at 8 o'clock,
When was the last time we started at 8 o'clock on the dot, bro?
I have no idea.
We don't even start at 8:30 on the dot.
Let me cook, man. If we start at 8
You are
o'clock
not
on the
cooking
dot,
that. You're burning everything in the stove.
if we start at 8 o'clock on the dot, finish up the Speedstorm talk within 15 minutes, and then finish up what we gotta talk about for the next 45 minutes, then we can do this,
not
guys.
happening, bro. That's not happening, bro.
I tried, y'all. I tried.
Yo, man, they announced a lot of stuff, man.
They did. Did it? I swear I saw Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers in the showcase. Is it not in the playlist?
Was that Xboxes?
That was PlayStation, I believe. Or was it the
No, it was
That was
Xbox.
the Game Pass, wasn't it?
Was it? But I swear
Summer
it's
Game
going into
Pass.
Game Pass.
I mean, I think other announcements were going into Game Pass too.
Oh shit,
Yeah,
we got
'cause
the
let me
Ninja Turtles
see.
in this? That's gonna be crazy.
Tony Hawk, man.
I guess I don't see it here either. That's weird. It might have been the Summer Games Fest then. But Clockwork Revolution, that's definitely a
No, they
Bioshock
got
like.
Doom in this
Be interesting.
motherfucker. What?
Yep. They got the Doom guy too.
Yes.
Oh shit! So they got the
Bro,
Ninja
I don't
Turtles and
know.
Doom. That's crazy.
I don't know why any game hasn't like teamed up with fucking Rocket Power, bro. To make
Yo,
no
that's
sense.
a lost opportunity. Tony Hawk with a Rocket Power crossover. Come on.
I'm surprised they put the Doom guy in here and they didn't get Master Chief
They're
in.
like, we are riders. What? Come on, let me play as my boy Otto real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man.
Now, not to just say that, yo, Microsoft, what are we doing? Let's get some DLC and some Rocket Power in these 20 Hawk games, okay? How could
Nah, but you know what's a missed
incorporate
opportunity?
that?
They literally could have put Crash Bandicoot in here, Spyro the Dragon, because it is Activision that
Why
made
would
Tony
you
Hawk.
put Spyro the Dragon in a skateboarding game?
Because it's Activision,
Well,
man.
to be honest, Angel, the fact that that's so far fetched probably means you should do it.
I mean, that's not wrong, but also, is Spyro the Dragon owned by Activision? I know Crash
and that's owned
is.
by Xbox now.
I mean,
Yup.
they could have done Crash. Crash would have been fire on this game.
Was Spyro not in the new Crash Team Racing game?
Oh no.
I swear Spyro had a racer at one point. in the car.
Spyro Crash Team Racing, the new one. He was like
He
an
is?
unlockable
He's in
character.
it? Oh, okay.
DLC.
But I swear there used to be a Spyro racing game as well.
I don't think so.
I don't remember a spot racing game. Oh man.
Yeah, there's a lot of games I'm looking forward to. I don't know, Nano. At first I was saying Expedition got a clear way of getting the trophy, but man, Ninja
Bro, that
Gaiden
shit's clear
4.
as day.
Ninja
Nah,
Gaiden
man.
ain't doing shit. I don't want to hear
That
that.
shit's clear as
Man,
day,
Ninja
bro.
Gaiden 4.
Bro, Ninja
Gears
Gaiden
Reloaded.
4 might not even make it to contention, bro.
Don't even say that. Don't say that.
I've just been so.
Of course, Angel would play High on Life.
I'm high on life right now. What?
You gotta play the Dawn Walker next. It's the vampire one. Finally getting a good vampire game since like Castlevania, the 3D games. This Loki, Tony Hawk as well with the blicky.
Did any of you guys play the first High on Life?
I didn't get a chance.
It was in Game Pass, but I had too many games playing on Game Pass.
I have the game. I just haven't played it.
But it was always on sale for like $20 on the Xbox store until it left Game Pass.
This actually looks pretty nice. I like the art style. I like the environment. It looks very wacky and goofy.
Did you play the first one?
It's a good time.
I watched other people because a lot of streamers played that, and that shit funny. I watched some people play it.
Yeah, I heard the comedy is like Rick and Morty. If you ever watched it.
Yeah. Wait, didn't the people who made Rick and Morty like have something to do with High on Life for it?
Yeah, I swear it was the voice actors that came and did this too. I'm not too sure.
Stoked, man.
That's fire. You said what game I should what game video?
Dawn Walker.
Dawn Walker?
Yeah.
Where the hell do you see Dawn Walker at?
It was right in front of you, under the ROG LIX video. Go up, above Super Meat Boy.
Oh, the blood of Dawn Walker. Okay.
Oh, it's Bandai that made this? Yeah, so this might be a hit.
Monsters have always been here,
Bandai got their own Castlevania now.
watching from the shadows. And when we
Yeah,
were at
this
our
game.
weakest,
I think this game's gonna be pretty good.
they came out into the light. We feared for our lives. But we should have feared for our souls instead.
You know what I'm
Vampires
awesome?
didn't come to kill us. No.
You're a
They
big
came to
vampire
rule.
fan, Sam.
To
Yes,
turn us
sir.
into mindless,
Vampires and
docile
lichens.
cattle. Not me, though.
Werewolves, for those who don't know.
They tried to change me into one of them. But I became something else instead. Their worst nightmare.
Let's see Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
A Dawnwalker. Trapped
Shadow of
between the two
Mordor,
worlds.
but vampires.
Fighting to even the score. Fighting to understand.
Can you imagine this game with a nemesis system? Because they're all vampires? Bruh.
DT, too bad they can't do it.
Nope.
Yeah, man. It's unfortunate. I wonder if there's a loophole for the Nemesis system, bro.
Okay, Blood of the Dawn Walker. Okay, look at this. PlayStation exclusives that are not remasters. Let me
I don't
stop,
know,
let me
man.
stop.
Because what's it called? It didn't the studio that made Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor get axed? Like, didn't they get shut down along with the Nemesis system?
Wasn't that Warner Brothers that made Shadow?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Warner
but this
Brothers.
it was Monolith. Monolith got shut down. The studio that made that game, those two games. I'm not sure if Warner Brothers took the patent or it was gone with the studio. I'm not
Oh,
too sure.
you're right, because that's the big reason why people are upset about the Nemesis system, because
They locked it away and then they shut down the studio that made the system. Like, what the hell?
yeah.
So somebody wrote, this is a third-person action RPG by a veteran crew of the former Witcher developers that might scratch both The Witcher and VTMB itch. You've got my attention.
Vampire the
CD
Masquerade.
Projekt Red. People from CD Projekt Red.
Yeah.
So these are ex CD Projekt Red devs that made.
Yeah.
Okay, so that I wonder why I kind of got like Witcher vibes a little bit. So that makes sense.
Yo, the ex devs always make heat, bro, because Expedition was ex Ubisoft.
It's the
always the ex-devs that leaving.
It's always the ex devs that know that they can do a lot better.
Because look at the finals. The ex-devs from DICE are the ones that made the finals.
Yep.
Yeah, but you gotta look at it this way. Like when people become an ex dev, is one because they try to
Become OP.
they got ideas that they wanna do for a next IP or a new game, and they get shut down by the developers that they work for. Hence, okay, then I'm leaving and I'm gonna create what I want to create, and boom, you get a team of ex developers that make a great game because the fucking companies don't believe in their ideas, so they say fuck it, let's do it on ourselves, and those companies literally get bit on their ass because the game that they're trying to make for their company, they had to make it in their own separate company.
Yo, I just got an idea. You know, it'd be so cool if Gameloft Barcelona became ex-devs and gave us a true kart racer.
You know what would be great? If Speedstorm was created by a different developer. No, look, Gameloft could make a great Speedstorm game if they didn't rely on monetization. 100%. If Speedstorm was not a free-to-play game and it was a $60 game or whatever the cost was going to be, and they just focus on adding characters and then adding them as DLCs instead of as a seasonal basis, I 100% would agree that Speedstorm will be a way better game than what it is now. And obviously, if they would have had better advertising, that game would have popped off. And maybe Gameloft, maybe you need to, make a Speedstorm 2, and this time go away from your pay-to-win model and try in the model of, you're only charging for skins and adding characters as DLC instead of seasonal passes, and see how that works out for you. You might end up making more money than you did with Speedstorm. I'm just saying it.
Yeah, man. Fuck came off.
I think they already killed Speedstorm.
Fuck came off.
You don't think they could revive it with a Speedstorm 2?
Speedstorm
Nah, bro.
is done.
Because even if they bring it back, they still gotta compete with Mario Kart and Sonic.
And they can. Look, we can't ignore the fact that Speedstorm mechanically is an amazing game, and it's one of those games that
but so is Sonic.
Yeah, but Sonic don't got unique items like Speedstorm though.
The
It doesn't,
problem
but
is, bro.
it's more.
The problem is in order for Speedstorm to be revived, they would have to start putting in work now to see results next year, bro.
Yep.
And
Which they should have
as
been
we're
doing before these
seeing-
games released.
Pretty much, and as we're seeing, every new roadmap is getting darker
Worse.
and darker.
What you mean? And then I know you're excited to play Winnie the Pooh.
Hell no.
Fuck nah, bro.
You want to play as
Bro,
your
I'm
boy
not.
Tigger.
Ain't nothing exciting about this roadmap for me.
So no Tigger?
Ain't no-
Tigger probably don't even got voice lines.
Stop,
Yeah, bro.
Stop, Sammy. Stop.
You know they got. You know how they switched up on us with Big Hero 6. Next thing you know, they're gonna switch up on us last minute. So to cut costs, we had to go back to our ways of not giving voice lines to some characters. and there's only 3 characters per season. So you mean to tell me you're that cheap? Only one character in the voice line?
What Crossroads does. We'll see what Crossroads does. I
Hey,
mean,
man, you
I'm
played the
excited
beta,
to try
man.
it and see, but we'll see if
You was in
if
love with the
it-
beta, man, and that was a beta. Wait till release.
I just want the game to play a little bit differently than when the beta did, because the beta, you know, that shit was also, you know, unbalanced when it came to like the abilities and power up. So hopefully they fine tune that for the final release.
But granted, I think some of the abilities and cart design, well, not cart designs, some of the cart customizations, like what was it, the add-ons, I think those were limited in the beta too. I don't think they gave you every one.
Oh, 100%. They're not gonna give you the full like what they have. That beta was basically cut down. You couldn't even be in the same team as your friends. Like, what the fuck? I'm excited though. I like I said, I'm gonna buy Crossworld. I'm gonna get the deluxe edition so I can play 3 days early, and we're gonna see, you know, how it is compared to Speedstorm. I already know it's gonna be better than Mario Kart. I mean, I love Mario Kart to death, but Crossworlds just seems like more of a competitive game compared to Mario Kart.
I was trying to tell Nano that that's going to be the comp game because it's more technical, it's faster, like the pace is faster, it's just as chaotic even with half the
Mario
lobby.
Mario Kart is gonna outlive that game.
I don't think so, because this game is going to be played on all platforms.
I mean, it might outlive the game just because it's Mario Kart though. That's the only reason why it'll outlive it.
I don't know, man. I don't know. The way they were talking about Crossworld seems like they're doing like the Speedstorm route. When you said they're gonna drop free characters, I believe that because they made it seem like there's gonna be multiple seasons, and within one season pack already, there was a lot of content. So if they're doing multiple seasons, I think this might be a live service that you buy into, but is around for a long time, like Crash Team Racing.
Well, if that's
Only
the
thing
case,
is Crash Team Racing didn't do it right.
I want to see Rocket Power in fucking Crossworld. That's what I'm saying.
How they gonna do that? Wait, who does have rocket power? Is it
Nickelodeon? Which Paramount
Yeah, they
owns.
could do it then because they're doing Avatar,
man. Come
and they're doing SpongeBob, so they could do it.
If they could do
You're
SpongeBob,
right.
they could 100% do Rocket Power, and it'll fit so well with the fucking writers. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Man, they should
kinda
do
remind you of
Hey Arnold as
skateboards,
well.
like,
Wild
Hey Arnold's
Thornberries.
crazy. At this point, they're gonna make it a Nickelodeon fucking car racer.
Hey, they got a lot of content. Danny Phantom, you know, Fairly Odd Parents. They could do a lot. Wait, is Fairly Odd Parents
Rocket Power
Nickelodeon?
fits
No, that's
the
Cartoon Network.
bill though, but just because, you know, Rocket Power, you know,
It definitely does.
They do that shit, but like,
Wait, Fairly Odd Parents, Cartoon Network?
oh, Fairly Odd
Isn't
Parents is Nickelodeon.
Is Nickelodeon? Okay. I was thinking about Powerpuff Girls when I said that. That's probably why.
This motherfucker said Powerpuff Girl. Damn, son.
But yeah, I think Crossworlds, if they go the route of being a live service that you buy into, like I don't mind paying for the deluxe, and then they're telling us, okay, there's gonna be multiple seasons, and obviously even though you buy the deluxe and you get access to the first season, I gotta pay for seasons down the road. I don't mind doing that. So I know what I'm getting myself into. I'm paying for a game essentially, and even though it is live service light or live service like, I know what I'm paying for. I know I'm getting content, and I know the content's gonna be good and it's coming from a good developer. As opposed to with Speedstorm, I'm paying these guys what, $10 every month, and sometimes they decide to give me less than what they used to give me, and sometimes I used to get it for free. So that's crazy. That's crazy.
Remember when we used to get 7 characters, 6 characters?
Yeah. Remember when you can get the golden pass for free? Good time.
Yep. That's when the game was in its golden
Yep, that's when the game was fired. That's when you had OGs like Giselle playing the game.
Yeah, popping.
Why did you say Giselle's name like that? Well, this man
Just had to
Sammy said
make sure people were awake, you know.
Oh, that's crazy. Giselle come back. Well, I mean, what?
Giselle probably waiting for Cross Worlds.
Yeah, she might be in Crossroads day one.
Let me find out. Yo, I could be your Tails to your Sonic. I mean, what?
Yeah, you gotta hit her up in the DMs, Angel. You know,
I wonder if they went to Mario World, Mario Kart World. Y'all didn't see like Maxi and Mario Kart, or
World?
yeah,
I don't know what the hell Maxi is doing.
or even a Ties or a Quinty. These people ain't in Mario Kart.
I don't follow them niggas, bro.
You would think some of these OGs would just cross over to a different racing game, but I don't know.
They probably just playing other shit.
Right.
Maybe.
Or maybe they're waiting for the next big kart racer game to bring them back, you know?
Well, if they like competitive gameplay, I think Crossroads might do it. Like I said, I'm gonna be playing a lot of All Stars Transformed and streaming it until Crossroads drops, and I'm gonna be playing Crossroads day one. I'll probably be streaming it day one too.
Shout out Crossroads, man.
Yes, sir.
They say how much that game's gonna cost?
Yeah, we was looking at the prices last time. We was going over what was in the pack. I think it was what, $90 standard.
$90
$90 standard.
It was deluxe. It was deluxe. My bad. It was deluxe. $90
Hey,
deluxe.
you about to make me crash out.
Man, that game is he's lying. It's $69.99.
Yeah, it's
the deluxe
$70
is
and then deluxe is
88.
$89.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I said deluxe was 90, and the deluxe is the one you want because
Yeah,
it
you
comes with the
started. You
season
said
pass.
standard was 90. Your standard was 90.
Yeah, I made a mistake and I corrected myself. I said no, deluxe is $90.
You trying to make Crossroads start off on the wrong foot, man.
Oh, sorry, Sega.
Sega.
So $69.99.
Yep. Or you can get the collector's edition for $250, Angel.
You said what?
Not gonna lie. The collector's edition for $250.
Yeah, I'm not buying no fucking $250 collector's edition. What do I look like?
A collector.
No, hell no.
What you thought this was?
Yeah, man. I mean, I guess was there anything else we need to talk about after the showcase?
No, not really. Unless Caleb has something he wants to talk about. Caleb's been pretty silent.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I mean, I guess I don't know. We got damn near the 4 hour and 30-minute mark. So y'all want to hop on the finishing statements?
Then I was like, "You won't craft dinner?" And I saw a video of crafted. I haven't had dinner yet.
Are they using amigos? I know Absent was trying to see if we want to talk about that situation, but I guess we could do that next week. Like I said, next week we ain't got too much shit to talk about. It's just we'll talk about duos, and then if we want to talk about that, we can, and then move to music.
How long do we really have to talk about that stuff for next week? Because if anything, we could just talk about it right now.
It really ain't. Honestly, we talked about all the Speedstorm stuff today. The roadmap. Regulated, like, dude, it ain't gonna take 3 hours to talk about Speedstorm. Maybe like fucking 15 minutes. But
I said that earlier, and then it was like, nah, it's not.
See, I said it's way too late in the podcast now. See,
where Absent say that?
I gotta say it in the Twitch chat.
Y'all niggas gonna be even reading freaking Discord.
Yeah, Absent said save it. Listen. Yeah, but next time we definitely gonna hop on it.
But look, final statement. Xbox up. I don't know.
My nigga Khalib said he excited for DK Bonanza. Okay.
Yes, sir. Y'all,
Excited for
y'all,
the-
he talking about. Sammy talking about some Ninja Guy and DK Bonanza look better than Ninja Guy.
Hell no. Hell no.
Hell yeah, nigga. Mister, I never played Nintendo
No.
platformers.
Hell
Yeah,
no.
man, you always
Get outta
trying
here
to
with
shit on Nintendo,
Nah,
man. You
Super
been
Meat
a
Boy
Nintendo
3D
op,
look better
bro.
than that game.
You
Stop
been
this.
a Nintendo op.
Nah, you know what look better than that? Yoke Girth.
What?
Yo, girl,
Yeah, you on the
baby.
sus list
Yo,
with Angel now,
let's
bro.
go.
Let's go, man. Yo, I'm telling you, man.
Yo,
I'm about to
Girth
be a
gang for
Yo
life.
Girth main. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my god.
Yoki main.
You know.
Whippa. I heard there's a legendary racer out here known
That's
for
all I'm
his
trying to
speed.
tell him.
got
Absent.
questions.
Caleb don't know
Maybe
about
a
that
challenge.
guidance.
Diache! I found the one they call Poppy. He started clapping my cheeks.
It doesn't look bad, but in like we're in a time that's a bunch of what do they call it?
Okay, hold on. So do y'all think at the end of the when they do the game of the year contenders, do y'all think both DK Bonanza and Ninja Gaiden 4 will be in it?
I don't know about Ninja Guy and I know DK. But
DK definitely no guidance gonna be in there. Angel,
Bro,
damn.
let's be honest, we're in a time of oversaturated Souls like, and it looks good, but I'm just saying, like, there's so many Souls like.
The funny thing
is
it's
really consider
oversaturated, but Gaiden was the one that started it all.
Absent.
Is Ninja Gaiden really a Souls like though? It's more like a hack and slash.
Did you watch Yo Girth after?
But it was the hardest type of game you could play back then.
Yeah, it's like a more difficult hack and slash.
Look at Yo Girth, chat. Come on now.
That is not Yo
Yo
Girth.
Girth, bro. Like, come on. Look at that. You humping the fucking thing. Like,
We seen Yo Girth, bro. The man looked like Conan the
I want a
Barbarian.
Yo Girth action figure. That's all I'm saying.
Look like He-Man, bro.
Yeah, He-Man for real.
Bro. Yo Girth, the AI vlogs, bro. That's what you gotta do.
Man, Sammy, man, I'm still finishing statement, man. We gonna be talking about Yo Girth.
Now, yo, guys, come on. Yo Girth AI
Girth can
videos
rap
by
anything.
Poppy. Come on now. He'll definitely be doing more than spreading his legs on the AI videos. I mean, can you imagine? like look at this motherfucker right here in the AI form. Oh my god, yo. Nigga, talk about Poppy clapping cheeks. Yo, he's gonna over here be clapping cheeks and spreading them legs. And he'll be riding everything. He gonna ride the gorilla, he gonna ride the Yeti, he gonna ride everything.
Say something, Sammy, please.
Yo, come on, Yo Girth, bro.
Bro, I'm done, bro.
Yo, that's his name, Absent. You look, it's right on the screen. Yo Girth, bro.
Oh my gosh, man.
They really did their number with Grounded too, man.
They say Yo Girth, like, come on, it's on the screen. Like, I don't know what their thought process was in this trailer, but this shit was amazing. Yo
It's funny as
Girth.
hell, man.
I need to be Yo Girth. That's all I'm saying. I'm Grounded too, or in the AI videos, Yo Girth will be a thing.
Man, I guess my party message is
Yo Girth.
You know, Ryu from Ryu from Ninja Gaiden 4 or the Ninja Gaiden series is coming for, you know, Expedition's neck. That's all I'm gonna say.
I know you don't see that, but
he's gonna put Renoir out the minute he lands on the beach. All right.
Splish splash.
Hey, you know, I was gonna say, you know who might low key beat Expedition 33 for Game of the Year? Fucking Yo Girth.
That's cool.
Listen, man. This So my finishing statement is
Yoke
listen. Expedition 33 for Game of the Year. Y'all already know I gotta plug it. And at the end of the year, we gonna see if Caleb's DK Bonanza or Sammy's Ninja Gaiden 4 makes it to contention. And whichever one don't, we slander it.
No, hold on, give me 1 second. Yeah, the sound might cut out, guys, but I'm about to bring it back.
Man, making an AI video as we speak about yoke girth, guys.
That's what I said, Ishnik. This man Sammy tripping.
No, I was just I was just doing something. That's all.
Gaiden is definitely gonna be Expedition. Ryu's coming for that neck.
Listen, man.
Hey yo, we got the homie Yo Girth. Yo Girth. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a new soundbite for me, yo. That's it. That's the new thing for me right now. Yo Girth. Hey.
That's crazy. Yo, you know what it kind of sounds like? It sounds like the kid's name from Iron Giant. What's his name again?
Yo Girth.
Nah, what was it?
I think it was Gother. Wait, was it Gother?
No, it was Garf or something. Yo Garf or something like that.
Hey, yo Garfield.
You said the kid's name?
Yeah, the kid's name was like Yo Garth or something like that.
Yo Girth.
Oh my god!
Oh, I should have never shown me this fucking trailer, bro.
Oh, it was Hogarth.
Yeah, Hogarth. The yoke girth.
Yeah, y'all should have never shown me this trailer because this is the highlight of my life right here. My night right here. This is the highlight of my night. And then this whole night is yo Girth. That's it.
Well, hey man, listen, I said my finishing statement, so it's the yoke girth. It's the yoke girth. You gotta
Caleb, yo Girth, let's go, yo baby, come on, yo. What's Caleb's final thoughts?
Caleb say his final thoughts already.
Oh,
man.
okay, so it was
Yo, Girth.
Okay, cool. Okay. All right, y'all. We got the Poppy of Speedstorm, aka Yo Girth. You're now in the building today. Yo, that was a great podcast. Talked about a lot of spicy subjects. We did not do the tournament, but we're gonna be doing that next week for sure. You know, we're gonna talk about what I know probably a lot of you guys probably thought we were gonna talk about this week. We're gonna talk about that next week. So stay tuned for that. So you guys are more than prepared for next week. If you want to hear what we got to talk about, we're going to talk about it next week. And then obviously the video game tournament, which now we got a new track by Yo Girth. So stay tuned for that next week as well. And yo, we had a great podcast. We talked about a lot of great things, yo. If you guys like the content, like, subscribe, leave a comment. We're live on Twitch and YouTube every day at 8:30, 9 o'clock, 9:30, 8 o'clock. You just never know. Just be ready. That's all. We're gonna be live within those time frames. Yo, y'all have a great one. We'll see you guys next Wednesday, and let's sign it off, y'all. Let's go, chat. AKA, you know, Yo Girth.
Good night, y'all.
Have a good night, everybody.
Y'all next week.
Yeah, have a good night, man.
It's the Crashout podcast. Buckle up, let's go. One Wing Angel, Nano, Sammy, Caleb in the flow. We're talking top 100 drama and the heat. From Disney Speedstorm to the latest game and beat. Crash out, spin out, bring the heat and the vibe. Controversy, competition, the reason we thrive. From the track to the trends, we're taking it all. With special guests in the mix, we're having a ball. Speedstorm's the heart, but we'll branch out wide. Video games, hot takes, and the culture collide. Got a list for your mind and debates that ignite. Tune in, strap in, it's a wild ride tonight. Rev it up, level up, it's time to engage. The Crashout crew's got the voice for the stage. From competitive tips to the latest trends, we're crashing out big, this ride never ends. Crash out, spin out, bring the heat and the vibe. Controversy, competition, the reason we thrive. From the track to the trends, we're taking it all. With special guests in the mix, we're having a ball. So hit that play button, we're revved and set. The Crashout podcast, the best one yet.